渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Menggaruk kulit kepala disebabkan keluh mumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi keluh mumur dan kegatalan. Bebas keluh mumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders, dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら。
Makan harimu dengan 100 plus zero. Cuba, try, taste 100 plus zero. Hey.
こは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
Rakan muda, coba cita murnimu. Rakan muda, oh yeah. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda, rakan muda.
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan. Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。 やかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calang-calang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa.
Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix GT30 Pro. Are you ready to carry like a pro? The ultimate gaming smartphone is finally here. Introducing the GT30 Pro. Equipped with all-day full FPS system, you'll experience zero frame drops, just pure, smooth, stable gameplay all day long. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 5G chipset. It's fast, efficient, and ready for your most intense gaming sessions. And with the GT trigger, you get pro-level shortcuts. Buy items fast, check the scoreboard instantly, and pull off clean combos like you've never before. Get yours now, because every purchase comes with a free mag charge cooler and mag case, while stocks last. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends Esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways, green, black, and blue. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Playas, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF, PSM.
Selamat datang ke minggu ke-6 ataupun minggu terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-15 regular season. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan inilah dia, minggu penentuan. Minggu yang akan menentukan siapakah pasukan yang layak ke playoffs dan pasukan mana yang akan berjuang semula di MAL Challengers untuk mendapat peluang kembali ke Liga Utama. Jadi tanpa membuang masa, mari kita tengok jadual untuk perlawanan hari ini. Untuk perlawanan pertama, kita akan menentang AERO Esports menentang Monster Vicious. Now, Monster Vicious masih memiliki peluang untuk merebut slot upper bracket. Tetapi mereka perlu melepasi satu lagi halangan penting, iaitu AERO. Walaupun AERO tidak lagi berpeluang untuk ke upper bracket, mereka pasti tidak akan menyerahkan kemenangan dengan mudah. Adakah Monster Vicious mampu mengatasi cabaran terakhir ini untuk mengekuhkan kedudukan di atas carta liga, ataupun mungkin AERO menjadi pemusnah harapan di saat akhir? Untuk perlawanan kedua hari ini, Selangor Red Giants OG Esports menentang Ocean Black. Now, Ocean Black telah disahkan tersingkir. Hari ini menjadi perlawanan terakhir mereka di MPL Malaysia musim ini. Berhadapan dengan juara bertahan, Selangor Red Giants OG Esports. Adakah ini penamat yang dijangka ataupun Ocean Black akan membagi kejutan yang sangat-sangat besar kepada semua orang yang menonton? And of course, itu dia jadual untuk perlawanan hari ini. And di pentas kebanggaan inilah kita saksikan semua emosi, kejatuhan dan kejayaan players-players kita. Jadi untuk semua orang yang nonton live stream ini, silakan scan the QR code dekat bawah ataupun isikan kod ini dalam in-game anda untuk mendapatkan in-game rewards. And with that, tanpa membuang masa, mari let's join to the casters untuk mulakan hari pertama. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Rose. You look pretty good in that kabaya. Welcome everyone to the final week of MPL MY, at least here for the regular season, where teams are still fighting to get to the upper bracket. And more importantly, a lot of teams want to go to the playoffs. Welcome to the English broadcast. My name is Afel. Alongside with me is Tafa.
Hello everyone. Welcome back once again to MPL Malaysia, and we are officially approaching the final curtain of the season 15 regular season. Week 6, 1 week away from determining the final standings and officially who will be the top 6 teams moving on to the playoffs. And it honestly is quite a surprise, because normally when we get to week 6, we already kind of know who's moving on, right? It's usually kind of a show match situation, but we still don't actually know for sure.
Yeah, because when we're looking at the upper brackets, both MV as well as Homeboys, they're fighting for it. In fact, we got to talk about the first match here, where MV, if they win this one, doesn't matter if it's a 2-0 or a 2-1, their hope for going to the upper bracket stays alive. The moment they lose, Homeboys is going for that upper bracket. And yeah, I do agree because even Vamos, the previous season, runner-ups, right now there's a chance that they don't even go to the playoffs.
The fact that that's a possibility is still insane to me. Like what has happened this season has been very, very unexpected. I think if you tell anyone at the start of the season how the results and standings are looking now, they would not believe you. The same way that you wouldn't believe how easy it is to carry like a pro with the ultimate gaming smartphone GT30 Pro, which is finally here.
Yeah, it comes with the all-day full FPS system. No frame drops, just smooth and stable gameplay all day long. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 83505G chipset, fast, efficient, and built for intense gaming. GT Triggers as well gives you pro-level shortcuts, perfect for fast item buys, scoreboard access, and clean combos. Available from, oh my god, that's actually quite low, 1,299 ringgit. And yes, it comes with a free Mac charge cooler and Mac case. So make sure you guys get the GT30 Pro. In fact, looks like here in the venue itself, like they've changed some things just to show Infinix. But now we got to look at the ping test for the players. They're using the Infinix here, and so far, I would say both AERO and MV has been performing very, very well. But definitely we got to look at the, the roster for AERO after this.
Yeah. I think anyone who's been keeping an eye on social media will be aware of the fact that Hazel's presence in MPL MY for this week is a bit of a question mark, right? Is he going to be flying back for his graduation, or is he still going to be sticking around for maybe a match or two? We don't know that for sure yet. We'll get to see the roster in just a little bit because it wasn't the most clear. Even I wasn't that certain about it before I did my weekly predictions, and then when I posted it, everyone on Facebook told me, hey, Hazel's not around, and I'm like, whoops.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, up until today, like, people still keep talking. It's like, is it Hazel? Is it Ron Cutie? Because Hazel's going for graduation. Some say, oh, he's going to be playing today. He's just not going to be playing tomorrow. So we'll be definitely looking at that. But honestly, whether he plays or doesn't play, I still think it is going to be a little bit difficult for MV to really defeat them, because we're going to be looking at the standings here just to see where each team really stands. Surprise, surprise, SRGOG Esports is #1, hasn't lost an entire match so far. Homeboys, it's still at the second place. 8 games have been played, 1 more game left, which they're going to be playing tomorrow. Looking at Monster Vicious, 2 more games left. So they really have to win against AERO for this one to make sure that they can go to the second place. AERO, honestly, win-lose doesn't really move the needle that much.
Yeah, AERO Esports are pretty secure in their position of moving on to the playoffs. It's just whether or not they want to affect their seeding a little bit. The surprising part is the fact that even though there is a whole 5-point gap between Homeboys and MV, there is still a chance for Monster Vicious to actually claw their way up into the upper bracket. So we're not really going to be getting obvious show matches for this last week of the regular season, ladies and gentlemen. Beyond that, though, there is still a bit of a tussle for the final 2 playoff spots between Team Vamos, DxSoul, and Todak.
Yeah.
Their results are going to really matter.
Like, it's still up in the air, because if Todak gets a win, especially a 2-0, and Vamos has 0 wins, Vamos is going to drop down, and Todak is going to jump back up. So really, between these 3, it's going to be pretty insane. And looking at the numbers, it's either going to be Todak or Vamos that's not going to make it. And both these teams, if either of them doesn't make it to the playoffs, that's MPL MY history.
I would seriously be history-making, right? These are 2 such notable teams. But let's talk about the teams that are going to be going head-to-head. First, starting off with AERO Esports, a squad that started off the season somewhat so-so, but ever since the introduction of Hazel to their ranks has gained a brand new energy and has become a team many consider among the top contenders.
Something that I find very fascinating is that Hazel came in and trained like, what, 3 days?
Yep.
He didn't even have any tryouts. He's just like, okay, come in, 3 days, and then just go into a match against SRGOG. And then they're able to get a game, and then after that, they've been very clean. They haven't really made a lot of big mistakes. Maybe some here and there in the team fights, but overall, definitely looking very clean for this season, and definitely one of those top contenders to actually go to MSC.
And speaking of top contenders as well, as we've already highlighted earlier, Monster Vicious still has a chance of moving up into that second place slot. But they're going to need to take victories in their last 2 matches. And the cleaner, the better as well, because there is a 5-point difference between them and the homeboys. I think there's a surprising similarity as well in the way that AERO Esports and Monster Vicious approaches the game, in that they both approach team fighting from a front-to-back 5v5 death ball perspective. That mid-game is where both these teams tend to be strongest.
Yeah, for sure. And I gotta say, for Monster Vicious, they do look a bit shaky, but usually when they're facing against very strong opponents, they really bring in their A game. So I'm really hoping to see MV, the strongest that we've seen in this season, and don't make all those silly mistakes when it comes to like ending the game. Now we're gonna look at the lineup coming in from AERO Esports. Looks like Kim, Zikif, Kuse, and Hazel is playing, and it's not Aaron, it's gonna be Reza.
All right. Looks like Hazel is still going to be around for at least 1 match. Hopefully, he'll still be able to make it back for his graduation. But this is a much-needed presence for AERO Esports, especially in this final week, to make sure that they're able to get the best standings possible moving on into the playoffs. That means we're going to get to see this lineup at full power. And Reza does seem to have officially joined the main lineup now instead of Aaron. He did pretty well the last time we saw. Let's see if he can keep up that performance.
Yeah, for sure. AERO Esports, like, this is going to be a very big hurdle for MV Monster Vicious, because you do want to go to the upper bracket because you have a bye. You don't have to play all those games. You don't risk of getting eliminated early. Now we got to look at the lineup coming in from Monster Vicious. We got Ruff, Nova, Xcoba, Roundel, Uni, as well as Zeno. No changes here for the lineup of Monster Vicious. And of course, they can't do that, right? They really have to win this one.
They really, really do. They already have playoffs secured, so even if they do end up losing, they don't have to worry too much about that. But like you've already pointed out, LaFell, being in that upper bracket just feels so much safer since you completely avoid the play-in round. Monster Vicious has not made many changes to their roster across their history here in MPL, and they've remained pretty consistent as a team, but still haven't found that last step needed to really push themselves into the upper boundaries of the rankings.
Yeah, definitely. And now looking at both teams, I feel like both of them are ready. So we will be calling them up onto the stage of MPL MY to actually start this best of 3 between the two. A shaky start to the season with unconvincing performances, but now they've risen as one of the strongest teams and were among the first to lock in a playoff spot. Will their win streak continue today? Get ready to fly with AERO Esports!
They carry a crucial mission to determine their position in the playoffs. A must-win match today to keep their upper bracket hopes alive. Please welcome Monster Vicious!
Introducing the coaching staff of the two teams and head of League Ops, Franklin, that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. Introducing both coaching staff from AERO, we got Coach Bam. For Monster Vicious, Haru and Sora.
Let's keep it going with the fist bumps between the teams. A true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. This is a battle with the upper brackets of the playoffs. A get-out-of-jail-free card to kick things off as we enter the final stage of MPL MY, and only a single ticket available.
I'm very curious to see what kind of draft that is coming up for this week, because SRG OG, I would say, have cracked the code a little bit. They've shown weaknesses in certain meta picks like the Kimi. It's fine as long as you have a good assassin in the jungle, whether it be Hayabusa, whether it be Ling. So I kind of figured that Hazel has shown both heroes, the Ling as well as the Hayabusa. So I feel like Monster Vicious, they're the ones that got to be a little bit more careful, because between the two, AERO looks like they have a little bit wider when it comes to the hero pool.
I do agree with you, Lafel. I think that AERO Esports is a little more flexible in terms of the hero picks they have. And as you can see, they do have a +4 larger hero pool in comparison to Monster Vicious. While some of the statistics here are pretty similar, right? The total kills are pretty close. The hero pools are only about 4 difference. But Monster Vicious having a much notably higher average KDA as well as first blood rate.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially because for some reason, Nova X Cobra, when he gets his hands on something that can actually set up a team fight, he sets it up so well for Uni. In fact, I believe that Uni has one of the bigger first blood rates among the team. It's not like a win for 1v1. It's really about that Nova X Cobra setting something up, Roundo following up, or Uni. But honestly, it is to be expected because for Monster Vicious, both Uni is the main shot caller. But if Uni's not feeling it, it's like, yo, Nova Escobar, you got to take over. So both these guys working really, really well makes sense of why the first blood rate is so high.
Yeah, but I'm kind of surprised it's this high. I've always had this sort of like mental thought of AERO and MV both being teams that start off the game a little bit on the slower side. It's not that they're not aggressive, it's just that they generally don't go out of their way to search for really early flanks and ganks. So I'm really shocked that there's such a big difference here in terms of that first blood rate as well as that KDA, since AERO has been doing pretty good overall.
Yep, and now looks like we got a quote coming in from Coach Haru. Now in our 3rd season together, the players have matured. They understand that the significance of consistency. That said, this season might be the final run for this lineup, as some of us are looking to grow elsewhere. Hold on. Isn't that like a bit early? We haven't even started the playoffs, and they're already talking about players going to different orgs?
That's like pretty big news. Like, this has been one of the most consistent orgs we've had in MPL MY since they joined us. Wow, okay.
I mean, like, first, who? Second, where? And third, how many?
It is good questions, right? Because we have to remember, before Monster Vicious actually joined the MPL stage as a lineup, these players oftentimes got loaned or went over to other teams, right? We had Nova joining multiple different teams before he joined with MV in the first place, so maybe they're just going back to those roots.
Now we gotta see, will MV surpass their previous season record? Because during Season 14, they ended it with 5 wins and 4 losses. Right now, Season 15, they already got that 5 win. If they win against AERO here, then they've immediately surpass what happened in Season 14. But if they lose here and they lose against Homeboys, kind of consistent. 2 seasons, same score.
I mean, consistency is important. They literally mentioned that during the coach quote, but maybe not in this way. Unfortunately, it is going to be difficult for MV because their final 2 matches are AERO and Homeboys, 2 teams that are currently sitting at the top of the standings, if we don't count SRT OG, of course. So it's going to be an uphill battle, right, if they want to beat their record from last season. I do feel like MV has remained consistent, but this league rewards teams that are able to continue growing and becoming stronger.
I hope the earlier quote about some players not going to be in the org, it doesn't ruin the chemistry that they already have.
Yeah.
Some people, they might screw with your head. But either ways, right now we got to look at the roamer stat comparison between Zkif as well as Nova X Cobra. When looking at the games played, Nova has 1 game advantage. But look at the KDA here. Zkif is 4.7 and Nova X Cobra 3.4. But looking at the damage taken per minute, we can see why Nova has... Oh, wait, no.
It's the other way around. It's the other way around.
I'm colorblind.
Yeah, understandable. I totally get it, yeah. But Nova does have the slightly higher KDA, but lower damage taken per minute, as well as slightly higher assists, despite playing less games. We all know that Nova has way more experience as an MPL player. This is literally Zkif's debut season. But Zkif has done a really good job, actually.
Yeah, seriously, man. Like, especially like in games with the Padang. Like, people criticize him by saying like he doesn't do catches. I'm like, what games were you watching, man?
Yeah.
Is a monster. He's amazing. And Nova X Cobra, I can understand why the KDA is that low, because he's the kind of guy, he will only show his face if he can make a play. If he doesn't, he's going to be hidden. You won't see where he's going to come from.
Yeah, he's a bit more of an ambush style player, but let's see if he's going to be able to pull the wool over the eyes of AERO Esports here, because draft has proven to be a very important determining factor in the current meta. The more flexible you are, the more adaptable you are with your hero picks, the better you will feel when heading into the Land of Dawn.
I really like the banning phase here. Coach Bam banning out the Volvius as well as the Lucas. They don't want their backline to be interrupted, and Monster Vicious opting for going for specific bans here. Banning out the Louis, banning out the Matilda. Both heroes have been piloted by AERO Esports very, very well, especially that Louis. Even in losing games, they'll figure out a way how to come back. Now, this is interesting, though.
Ooh.
Moskov getting banned out. I didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, this is actually a very interesting opening from AERO Esports, getting rid of Volvius, Lucas, and Moskov, which aren't really the heroes you'd expect to see being banned first phase on blue side. Clearly, AERO Esports has some kind of plan to approach this, and many of these are also comfort picks for... Oh, okay! There we go, there's the plan. The chip, first pick for AERO Esports.
And now immediately Monster Vicious, whoever their goal laner is going to be having some trouble, because even Innocent, the half-man, half-beast of SRG OG, he said if the enemy has a Louis, a chip, immediately the goal lane is going to have a hard time. So maybe that's why they banned out the Moskov, because only the Moskov can really deter some of the engages coming in from a chip. But now the Boxia gets picked up, so already having an answer in case AERO, they want to pick something up like the Kimi.
Yeah, so that means that MV doesn't really intend on...
Oh,
wow!
You haven't seen the Kimi, but you're already prepping your draft to fight against the Kimi.
It's already a completely different drafting style from week 5.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like, we knew there were probably going to be some adjustments in how teams draft after what we saw from SRG OG last week, but to see it so soon is very exciting. Now, Baxia and Ling straight away is interesting, because like you mentioned, Baxia does counter Kimi and is a good hero for scouting the map to make sure Chip can't just go wherever he wants as well, but is showing Ling this early a good idea?
The risk here is that if you get a draft that your mid duel isn't that strong, the Chip can stay inside of your jungle and then use the shortcut onto the Ling, even if you don't kill the Ling. As long as you get to the jungle, you steal away the camps, it's going to be very difficult for MV. So I'm looking at AERO here. They already have the Hilda. They have the chip. They just need a very strong mid laner, and then they can execute this control inside of the jungle.
Yeah, early game advantage will be very useful for AERO Esports here, because MV has already committed to a Ling late game. And Baxia alone will actually still have some difficulty handling both a Chip and Hilda, especially if AERO Esports just splits them across different halves of the map, right? Baxia can only be in one place at once. They need more early game presence. They lock in the Kimi for themselves.
Yeah, and right now I'm looking at a draft coming in from MV. Not a lot of peel here, Staffa. So they need some kind of crowd control to be able to stop the Hayabusa. Maybe even push away the Hilda, because the Kimi is going to be a very good pick still, but definitely not invincible, because let's remind ourselves, this is Hazel on that Hayabusa. This is the pick that gave SRG OG problem. So I want to see what is the answer, because if they don't have any kind of catch, this Hayabusa is going to run wild.
Yeah, Hazel's Hayabusa was something that even SRG decided they needed to respect somewhat. So we cannot count that out. The Angela, wow, okay, AERO Esports thinking about the possibility of the Angeling combo. Would be pretty scary with the Baxia as well if they put it in the EXP lane. Would actually be able to hold Hilda in place. Monster Vicious ban out the Farsa to make sure that Kimi doesn't get too outranged in the mid lane, so they will still have priority. But yeah, you need more ways to slow down this team fight from MV so that Kimi can do her damage from the back.
You need some kind of lockdown here. I'm looking at something like Agatukacha, the fish girl. What's her name again?
Kalia.
Kalia is even still open, and if you really want to get fancy with it, you can even pick up something like a Tigreal, a Bellaric. But now, since they're banning out the Pheromones, looks like they might want a Glue here.
I was like wondering, MV has first pick, second phase. Glue might actually be not bad for Hilda, and this is already leading towards it. But we have an interesting fact here. Reza holds a diploma in applied science. Did it give him calculation powers to know exactly when to enter a fight? Do you think it does?
I have a diploma in mass communication, and I don't think it helps with my shot call.
Because it's a mass communication, you know? You need more people.
I need more people.
Yeah.
You know what? Maybe that's my problem. I need to shot call for many different teams at the same time.
Yes.
All right. So maybe he does, maybe he doesn't, but
Seal's been itching for a real
I don't think so. Anyways, Kalia gets banned out here. The glue is open if they want to pick it up, or they can just wait, because there's no way the AERO can pick up a glue now, showing that they have the Hilda as well as the chip.
Yeah, I think... Yeah, I think glue is fine here if you want to keep your last pick open. This Baxia can still be flexed.
Yep. If you like, either way, both the Baxia as well as Kimi, they're both flexed.
True.
It looks like they're picking up the Ranger, so glue is just an option, but they don't have to take it.
Yeah, they don't have to take it, because like you've already pointed out, it's very unlikely that AERO will steal it away from them, since Chip and Hilda have already been displayed. But this will also give AERO the idea that there is a very likely glue coming out for that last pick. Right now, they do have good backline dive with the Chip and the Hayabusa, but I wonder if it is solid enough, and they're still going to need like a good mid laner that is able to threaten the front line of MV.
I wonder what the gold later is going to be. Looks like because Harif is still open, they still pick up the Harif, even though it's going to have a bit of a difficulty going up against the Granger. And now the Jushin. I got to tell you, Stafa, AERO's draft, a lot of control, a lot of damage. It looks amazing.
Is it enough? I do kind of wonder if the damage is truly sufficient, but I suppose Hilda would be able to contribute as well, so that kind of offsets Zusin's requirement of being more of a setup hero. And then we will see the Badang last pick for Monster Vicious instead of the glue. Looks like Zeno is going to be piloting the Baxia in the EXP lane with the goal of keeping Hilda in lane as long as possible so that Uni doesn't get interrupted in the jungle.
I feel like the Badang is actually a pretty good pick, because if they do decide to use the shortcut onto the link, as long as the Badang is close enough, he can counter with the fist break and then the fist crack. So honestly, very good pick. But with this kind of drafts, it really is about execution, because the draft coming in from MV is very difficult to pilot. Coming in from AERO, easier to pilot. It's just that whether they know their power spikes or not. And based on what they've shown us, I believe they know when their power spike is.
Yeah, I agree with you, LaFell. I also think that AERO's lineup is a little bit more balanced overall. You know, MV really needs to play for that late game scaling, but we'll see if they're able to do so. This is upper brackets on the line, ladies and gentlemen, as we jump into the Land of Dawn for the first game of the final week of MPL Malaysia Season 15. It's going to be AERO Esports versus Monster Vicious.
I know, but X-Pop are already taking a lot of damage. King flickers forward, but he does not have the mana. So you're asking about the damage. They have it.
They sure do. I guess you forget how much damage Chip is capable of at level 1.
Especially with Thrill.
Wow, okay.
I've never seen a Chip with a Thrill, but I guess now I gotta try it out.
Now, honestly, yeah, makes a lot of sense here. They're starting to invade. Here comes Zeno, comes in with shield unity. Gonna get picked up here. I doubt anyone's gonna die, but Zeke's gonna take a lot of damage. Has to flicker away.
Yeah, interesting as well. Looks like the Harriet has the Festival of Blood. Hazel quad shadows in just to poke them out a bit, but Monster Vicious, they're okay with this trade because no one really got sacrificed, and the lane gets the farm. Overall, that's just what you want to do. Make sure that he gets the farm.
Basically, if Monster Vicious are able to delay, give farm to Rough, Roundel, and Uni, they should just kind of auto-win late game just because of how well they play towards like base defenses and sieges.
Yep. So far, looking at the EXP lane, it does seem like Reza was able to proxy the wave every once in a while.
Going for the stun. Here comes the Ogi Shadow kill, and Novak Kobar gonna get picked up, but the Ogi Shadow kill bounces to Roundel instead. So no kills here.
Yep. Just want to say, like, Zeno is holding the lane so well, he's freezing it in a way that if the healer wants to roam, she's going to be losing quite a few minions. So I kind of feel like he understands that the healer always has priority, so he's just going to make sure that the healer gets punished in case she wants to move around.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what you need to do as the Baxia here. You don't necessarily need to sandbag in a way where you are controlling the lane, but you are forcing your opponent to make trades. Next turtle going to be up now, and so far, still no notable gold lead for either team.
Yeah, Kim about to hit that level 4. The Crimson Beacon will be pretty big in case you want to pick off someone, but the question is, who do you want to pick off? Because the lane is going to be pretty difficult. I kind of feel like the primary target should be Zeno, because once he goes in, he really can't get out.
He's going to be the primary front line for MV. I don't think Badang's quite tanky enough yet. So far, AERO doing a great job of zoning Novak Kobar Gonna take almost all his health in damage, and Hazel secures the turtle. Flicker forward. Kim not gonna be able to pick up Roundel.
Yeah, it's a good thing that Roundel didn't get hit by the shadows, because if not, I'm pretty sure Hazel will go for that kill. So far, again, like I said, no notable changes in terms of gold for both teams. AERO Esports has a bit of a gold advantage, but that really is just because of the turtle. And now they're going on to
Here comes the chip, drops down, a shortcut, and Zeno is instantly taken out. First blood to Reza.
That's bad, but not that awful, because Uni already finished up all the camps up there, so nothing for AERO Esports to really steal. Overall, it's still a better trade for AERO, but it's not the worst thing in the world for Monster Vicious to have that deck.
Yeah, definitely not. Zeno is basically going to be a sacrificial body for most of this game. And when they drafted this, I'm pretty sure he was already prepared for that. The goal is just to do as much with his health bar as possible.
Yeah, he's just going to be an extra tanky minion that cuts off heals for a while,
and rolls around.
And deals enough damage to Reza to make sure that Reza, you got to respect me a bit here, buddy.
Yeah, Reza's actually going to lose a EXP cannon minion up top because of that. But will scout out that Uni is at his orange buff. Maybe they'll give him a sign to do something down bot.
Yeah. Overall, I kind of feel like Monster Vicious, they're playing this so well. Even looking at the positioning of Roundel, make sure that he stays behind his turret. So in case of the Hayabusa wants to go in, what you going to do, right? This is good coming in from Monster Vicious, executing it so well. Don't try to force fights, because it's not needed. Got to be careful, though. Never mind. Looks like no engages coming in so far.
I think, yeah, this is exactly what Monster Vicious should be doing. Yes, they're 1k behind, but they're perfectly fine with that. This is a late-game composition. They have 3 different late-game heroes. And Baxia and Badang will still have utility once you get into that stage as well. As long as they never fall too far behind, they are totally fine. And they're doing a great job of just maintaining their lanes without overextending.
Yep, do nothing, do nothing, do nothing, all of a sudden explode. At that point, AERO Esports, what are you going to do? Especially because if Monster Vicious, they really trust Uni as well as Ruff to carry the game, again, this is absolutely amazing. Monster Vicious, they're trying to leash over this turtle. If they actually get it, this might be big for them.
Kim is scouting out, Reza's in the back, Zkim comes in, pops a shortcut, but Uni already secures the turtle. Here comes the rest of AERO Esports though, the fist crack, locks down Zkim, takes him out, Zaman forces dropped as well. Hazel, stabbed to death inside the Tempest of Blades, and Zeno just barely gets out, but he's gonna die eventually. But what will it cost? Monster Vicious are running down AERO, and Kim only just barely survives. It is 1 for 4.
That was almost a wipeout. We just talked about it. Do nothing, do nothing, do nothing, explode. And they definitely exploded in that one, because not only did they get the turtle really helped them out when it came to the team fight with the shields, but look at that priority coming in from Uni. Uni was actually able to get onto Hazel because everyone was so clumped up. The Ogi Shadow kill, it just bounces everywhere. The positioning coming in from Monster Vicious, a lot of free hits coming in from both Ruff as well as Roundel. The targeting from Monster Vicious, perfect in that last team fight.
It was beautifully done. And we have to note now, AERO Esports doesn't actually have a lot of notable AoE damage as well. This is a team that really needs to focus down the targets they are looking for. And if MV is just all clumped up like that, plus the turtle shield, it's very difficult for them to actually get the executes they want. And now that is huge, because MV have already earned a 2k gold lead in 6 minutes.
Yeah, and look at the goal difference here. It's actually quite big when you look at the mid as well as the jungle. More notably, the jungle 1,000 ahead from one roll, 500 ahead from the other. 500 gold for the mid and 1,000 for the jungle. And that's not what you want to see against a Link.
Ouch, Kim dropped the half HP just from Roundel. This Kimmy also building things up. Sky Piercer completed on Ruff. Purple buff being stolen away by MV, and AERO just aren't in position to do anything about it.
Yeah, looking at Zeke, if he does have the shortcut, I wonder if he wants to do it onto Uni. It's like Uni is going to recall, even if he sacrifices that lane, I feel like it's fine. Let go of some side lane turrets. It's okay as long as you don't lose the mid. Now the turtle has spawned. So I'm guessing that Monster Vicious, they want to fight this one, especially because Ruff does have that Sky Piercer. Honestly, just 2 kills given over to Ruff might be GG for AERO.
And the turtle just goes down. Monster Vicious take it so fast without really needing to mind it, because they already know AERO Esports isn't in position to contest. In fact, as the game proceeds, the window of opportunity for AERO is slowly getting smaller.
Yep. Right now, it does look like they just don't have enough damage, but honestly, not enough lockdown as well, not enough instant lockdown, because yes, Kim can lift people up. Zkif does have a way to do it with the crash course, but it's not immediate, right? It gives time for Monster Vicious to actually react against it. And now Uni on top of the wall with no crowd control. You can't drop him.
Yeah, you just can't get him. He sees two people here. He's just gonna stand there, spam recall a little bit. You can't touch me. I'm up on this wall, and neither of you can fly. So because of that, he's wasting more time. Monster Vicious have already been able to take structures down bottom. They're pressuring the jungle, stealing away camps. This is being perfectly done by MV. Shortcut comes out, they find Ruff, he flickers away though, and now the two-man fist crack locks down ZK, and the rest of AERO Esports collapses from the flank. Novak Kobar will eventually go down, but Reza gonna be traded in exchange, and Hazel gonna be picked up, killing spree for Uni. Kosei in the back gets a double kill, but he'll end up falling to Roundel, and Uni has not stopped his pursuit. That's a double for the Ling, and once again, 4 members of AERO have been dispatched.
Can we just appreciate what Nova did? Flickered in, gets a 2-man fist break, allowing Ruff to actually reposition and deal damage. That was great. Like, Monster Vicious, they knew what AERO was doing, and they reacted so well. We talked about this, Raf. You have to pilot it perfectly, right? And Monster Vicious, they're doing it just that. Early game, they really didn't do much, and then once mid-game comes, they make sure they don't lose control.
And they're doing a great job of that. Honestly, that fight is worth rewatching. The way that they entered from multiple angles, the response timing was so clean. And now my concerns about the draft of AERO are starting to come to light a little bit. I was wondering whether the damage really was enough. I figured, okay, Hilda is there, that can offset some of it. But Hilda needs to be relevant right from the get-go. And they've not been able to do that. Because of that, they just simply don't have the damage pressure anymore.
Yeah, I mean, whether they want to or not, they gotta slow the game down, give enough items over to Harif, and then maybe Kusei can carry the game. Because I believe that Hazel can do it as well, but you want someone to be a little bit more on demand, because with Hazel, you kind of want to wait for the perfect timing, right? You want someone to make sure everyone is low enough for the Hayabusa to really make an impact. So whether you like it or not, you gotta wait on the Harif. If the Hayabusa does well and the Harif doesn't, your team fight is still gonna collapse.
Yeah, I think AERO Esports really needs to pay attention to the specific conditions that they need to actually win out these team fights. And one of the issues with Chip Shortcut as well is just how telegraphed it ends up being. Yeah. Everyone is gonna pop out of this one spot, and that sets up really nicely for a hero like Badang. That's how Nova has been finding these multiple person fist cracks the entire time. They cannot go for those kind of approaches anymore.
Yeah, because there is a channel time. Just like with Hayabusa's Ogi Shadow Kill, the Shortcut has a channel time. You can hear it, you can see it, you can react to it. So Monster Vicious looking very good with 4,000 gold lead. Zkif, if he wants to do that again, he wants to get a good catch, they got to make sure they got the damage. And personally for me, I feel like if he wants to do that, don't let everyone go in. Just one person, right? Just send the Hilda. Let the Hilda be a menace, and then you go for like a front-to-back team fight, right? I feel like that's the best way to go. You don't have to send absolutely everyone unless you get the Kimi, because I feel like the Kimi doesn't have that many ways to protect her. I guess it depends. But
I feel like that's difficult though, because that means that both Zkif and Reza would need to be committed to jump into the back line, and without them, AERO Esports has no front line. Right? So you just ignore them. You just run down Hazel and Kosei instead.
So that's GG, man, because if Kosei jumps in, he's probably gonna die. If him goes in, he probably dies. Hazel, if he quad shadows fast enough, maybe he'll survive, but you don't want to use your quad shadow to run away. You want to use it to engage.
Oh, speaking of engaging though, Reza in a 1v1, Uni just gonna commit the minion waves. Doesn't really care that Reza's on top of him there.
Yep, the heal is pretty good. Haskell, man, does a lot when you have a lot of crit.
He is 4-0 and 3.
Zkif does want to go for a flank here, but again, the execution, that becomes the question. Oh, and
they find him. He gets out just about. That's a little bit risky there. You can't really afford to lose Zkif at this point. He's basically the only initiation you have.
And now Monster Vicious starting over the Lord, and the Lord is going down pretty fast. I don't know if Hazel can commit to this. It looks like no. Free Lord goes over to Monster Vicious.
I think it's smart of AERO to just not go for it. At that point, it's very clear that there's no chance you're getting anywhere close enough to steal this away. So now Monster Vicious We'll have a Lord pushing in for them. AERO still have 2 external towers to hold on to, but not a lot of structures comparatively. And the item lead is just going to continue growing.
I gotta say, man, MV, when they're going up against strong opponents, they show up. And if they play like this for game number 2 and tomorrow against Homeboys, there's a high chance that they actually will be the upper bracket slot alongside with SRG.
That would be a big surprise, considering how much hype has been generated around Homeboys and AERO Esports this season. If Monster Vicious just come out of nowhere and steal it away from behind, ooh, that's going to be quite the story to tell. For now, though, it's a 5k gold lead. Lord is pushing in mid.
Yep. Hazel has to commit to the quad shadow to go away, and now Monster Vicious is able to get the top turret for free. Lord marching in.
Gonna crash in, Nova with the conceal. Not gonna get spotted out there. I don't think he can really engage just yet. Lord dropping low, but so is the mid inhibitor. And Hazel goes in, he gets caught with the fist crack! Countered instantly! And Ruff just blasts him between the eyes.
The Badang is a perfect fit here. Now Nova Escobar showing why he picked it over picks like the glue. Because again, like the chip has a channel time, and even the Hayabusa has a channel time. Enough time for roamer like Nova Escobar to actually react.
And now Monster Vicious is looking for every tower possible. Xeno kind of stuck under the inhibitor, but Kose is dashing too far to try and chase Ruff. He's going to be stuck outside. Tempest the Blade picks him up. It's an unstoppable streak for Uni. And the Traction Pulse even pulls Kim in. Roundel not allowing him to leave, though he will be forced to flicker out in exchange. MV get the top inhib.
That was good, but almost a mistake coming in from Monster Vicious, because if too many of the members die, there is a way for AERO Esports to actually control the map again. Rewind it back when they fought against ENG Seoul, where they won the majority of the map and then made a big blunder inside the base. DX was able to win that game. So hopefully they don't do the same against AERO Esports, because this is a very good team. They know how to punish whenever you do make a mistake. And right now you're looking good, because there's no Holy Crystal yet on the Kuse. In fact, at this point, I feel like he needs more than the Holy Crystal.
He just got it earlier, like right before the base fight.
All right, so Holy Crystal's there, but maybe still not enough. And as I said just now, Hazel can't just go in. He needs Kuse to be a problem for him to be able to do something.
It's kind of a bad sign if the Hayabusa needs to try and make some... Why is Zkip that far out? Monster Vicious is sieging your base.
He trusts his team. The team is like, no way can they end this. No way. Right? So when someone gets there, they're going to try it again. And again, I don't know if they're going to have enough damage for it, because even if you catch Uni, he's going to be able to Tempest of Blades out of there. And they're very disciplined. They're checking out all the...
Oh, they're going to find him eventually. Shortcut comes down. Uni instantly pops the Tempest of Blades and dashes away. Now AERO needs to get out of here. Reza and Kim, they cannot make it back to the portal. They're going to need to flicker.
Oh!
Hazel! Hazel, why did you come? Oh, no, and they found Kim as well. That's a monster kill for Uni.
It's nice when I'm able to show my battle knowledge. But yeah, you can't use the shortcut on the lane because he can Tempest of Blade. And Hazel, you can't go in without any distraction, man.
Why would he?
That was too much.
They were leaving.
That was too much.
Him and Reza were disengaging, and then Hazel decides, I'm going to come in right now. That was a bad idea. Conceal once again. Nova looking for it. Gets the fist crack onto Reza. And Roundel's doing so much damage. Summon Force as well. Just does not matter. Monster Vicious is too tanky. Tempest of Blade chases him down. Finishes him off. Godlike streak for the Monster Vicious jungler. And they wipe out AERO Esports to take game number 1.
That was clean from Monster Vicious. Look at Uni. He's excited. He's like, dude, that was a good game. But I gotta say, AERO Esports, they made a lot of mistakes were easily avoidable.
Yeah, a lot of blunders that, if avoided, could have given them a more stable foundation. But because of those mistakes and how cleanly MV were able to play around them, they have been able to take one of their, honestly, best victories the entire season. If MV can keep this up, there could be an upset coming.
You know what, Stafa? SRGOG did something incredible. They changed the entire league just by Sakai's using that Ling. It made all the coaches or all the junglers, they're like, hey, that looks pretty good. And we got a lot of good Ling players here, man. And
we do.
I feel like this just reignites that spirit going to the playoffs.
There's a lot of junglers here in MPL MY who made their start around the time that Ling was the guy. And now he is returned. Every league needs that trendsetter team. You know, you need the team to tell everyone else, hey, you can do this. And that's where we start to see more developments. This was a completely different style of drafting from both these teams, actually. And it all came down to which team feels more comfortable with the draft that they've decided to go for here. And MV, it just looks like they're slipping into the same old pajamas again.
It's exciting to see that the Ling buff hasn't been online yet. It's still in the event server.
Actually.
Yet teams already picked it up. And that's not the wild thing. The wild thing is second pick. You don't have to wait to see all the other heroes. Just like, yep, first pick the Ling. What's the worst that could happen? And now we got to look at the MVP for this game coming in from Monster Vicious. We're seeing the Monster. And the MVP goes to... Is it Nova? It's Nova Escobar. And this dude definitely deserves it, man. Like, how many engages did he stop?
Also, I'm realizing those were like some really advanced mathematics on the whiteboard there. Like, we were focusing on the monster, and then I saw like there was a drawing of Patrick underneath it. But then I look around and there's like logarithmic equations all over that whiteboard. It's like, what are you guys doing back there? Clearly something good, because Nova Escobar was finding those fizz cracks, man.
I mean, that's why we say that Monster Vicious, they have the best trio coaches that Malaysia has. Like, yes, we have Arcadia and Erpang, but they're from Philippines, they're from Indonesia. These are local Malaysians that really know their stuff. In fact, they know their stuff so much that even Rexvin, one of the coaches for Monster Vicious, is actually coaching for Gaming Gladiators, and they're going to be going to MWI.
Yeah, that's going to be very exciting. Make sure you guys keep an eye out for that. But for now, this was a one-sided affair for MV. A 14-minute game, and the kill score is 15-4. All you gotta do is look at the goal disparity between Hazel and Uni to instantly see just how well the flow of the game was controlled from start to finish.
It's crazy to see how Monster Vicious, they made Hazel look bad. They made Zkif look bad. And they are one of the standout players. Ultra, like, for the first 4 weeks, first 5 weeks. Like, people are like, oh, Hazel, he's that guy, man. He's going to be changing things up. And then Monster Vicious like, nah, fam. Like, we know how you play. Now that the Ling is open, we know how to deal with you guys. So AERO Esports, coming into the second game, they really got to find a way to stop Monster Vicious, because Monster Vicious is just one game away on getting closer to go to the upper brackets.
Yep, that is going to be quite a good feeling for them to claw their way back from behind when no one was expecting them to. And yeah, I'm really impressed with the way that Monster Vicious controlled this game. They knew exactly what the game plan was going to be, what their power spikes were, playing a very, very safe and steady early game while not really revealing anything on the map for AERO Esports to take advantage of, and thereby denying a lot of the early pressure that Zkif and Reza were hoping to achieve. Instantly, it gave them most of the advantage they needed.
Yeah, and if we're going to talk about Kimi, we see two different builds quite a lot here, either with the Quantum Charge or the Weakness Finder. It does look like Roundel prefers that Quantum Charge, and so far we see that AERO Esports, the only good play that they kind of really had was the start of the game, when they're able to pressure Nova Escobar. After that, not a lot of notable plays. It's just AERO unable to do anything. Either they don't have enough damage, their setup is not there. Either way, this is a very good draft. It's just Monster Vicious knows how to play around it.
And they knew exactly how to play around it. I love that this Badang was kept until the very end as well. Still not a big fan of early pick Badangs, but when you know it is the right timing for this hero, he looks so much better. They knew AERO Esports were heavily dependent on Zkif setting up the shortcuts to enter team fights, that they could catch multiple people with fizz cracks easily, and having the Ling around to escape with that Tempest of Blades meant that jungle invades wouldn't be simple as well.
If you look at the numbers here, honestly, this is not one of those games where there's too much going on. Like, every single time there's a team fight, it's decisive. We don't see a lot of kiting here and there. That's why when we're looking at the numbers, 41,000 for the Ling, 39,000 for the Granger, and 33,000 for the Harif. This shows that both teams really have very good discipline, and it also does show that the team fights are very short, because in a prolonged team fight, you will see the Kimi's damage numbers go much higher. The Granger damage numbers much higher, right? So very decisive by Monster Vicious here.
Yeah, the heroes on the side of AERO Esports were dying so quickly that Monster Vicious were just not able to actually pad their statistics. And now we get to see our key players for this game. Rich Guy going over to Uni with a 967 GPM. That is insanely high, actually. And also having the highest damage dealt as the carry. Zeno as the best wingman. And then Reza as the unfortunate sandbag.
This is quite rare. We don't see a lot of sandbags taking just 80-something thousand damage. Usually it's over 100,000 or just around there, like 98, 97,000. But this is the show that Monster Vicious, they don't really have to attack Reza that much. In fact, most of the damage, maybe it's just from the Kimi. Other than that, yeah, Monster Vicious, this is a much different Monster Vicious that I see. And somehow, against strong teams, they look good. I don't know why. They got a mood here, Stafa.
It's a trend that they've had since last season, and they're continuing into this season, but at least they're not completely throwing against weaker teams, right? That was always one of the bigger issues. We look at the highlights here, and we can really see the definition of teamfight death ball coming in from Monster Vicious. Every single time the shortcut comes through, the entire team just collapses on AERO Esports at once. And because of the lack of DPS coming out of AERO, especially when Hazel is picked off early in the teamfight, MV really don't have to be afraid of anything and just throw their bodies at them.
I don't know if the change will happen this week or during playoffs. Will we see a different priority when it comes to the bans? Because now, the chip, it feels like teams know how to play against the chip. And then when it comes to the Ling, we had answers for the Ling before. But it looks like people need practice to deal with him again, like early lockdown with picks like the Cho, or just invade their jungle with the picks like the Fredrin. So far, I kind of feel like teams have forgotten how to deal with the Ling, and even I can't blame them. I forgot how to deal with the Ling.
Or perhaps in this case, there was a little bit of heavy-handedness in the way they dealt with the Ling. We were very surprised when the Ling was picked in the first phase of Red side. Like, this is very early for a hero like this to be picked up because there's so many good counters in the meta right now that you can rely on. But perhaps that was the plan. Perhaps Monster Vicious wanted AERO to lock in these counter picks as early as possible so that they would be the ones with the freedom to determine the draft.
I wonder if Hazel tries to counter this with a pick like the Fredrin, because again, if you can muscle your way to deny the buffs, then you kind of shut down the Ling. Even if it does go in for the team fight, you're gonna kill him very, very fast. Now that I think about it, the league, like Zayed started the Ling, and then we had other people start the Ling, but he never looked as good as Sakai. So now Uni is also we can yeah, this hero is good. Yeah, interesting draft. I like Envy's changes. AERO, I'm not so sure what they have left in the bag, but one hot take, maybe with the Ling being up, the Jushin doesn't look that high.
True, true. I'm not too sure how I felt about the Zusin last pick as well, but you know what I do feel sure about? The playoffs tickets that are going to be released on the 25th of May at 8 p.m. For those of you who don't know, playoffs for Season 15 of MPL MY will actually be split into 2 phases. It'll happen across 2 different weeks. So make sure you guys grab your tickets for Phase 1 right now so that you can witness the top 6 teams across the regular season duke it out and find out who will be our brand new MPL MY champion.
Yep, so playoffs will be starting next week. So that's pretty fast. And then 2 weeks break, and then we'll have the second phase of the playoffs. And it's interesting, after Sunday, after the match is over, if there's no tiebreakers, right? If there's no tiebreakers, a few hours, and then tickets will be open. So good luck for you guys securing the tickets, because personally for me, I kind of feel like for the grand finals, gonna be sold out the fastest.
Probably so. I feel like this is a season where no matter who ends up in the grand finals, we're gonna have a good crowd. So if you guys want to keep up with all the updates and everything that is going on with MPL MY, don't forget to follow MPL MY's social media pages so that you guys can stay updated with all the latest and exciting information about MPL Malaysia. These are the places that you guys can find various updates and information about all the teams, about all the players, about everything that is happening within these halls.
I don't have X and I don't have Thread.
Maybe you should.
I don't know, like people think I'm talkative, but every few seconds you want to say something, every few minutes you want to say something, like, do people really care? I don't know. Maybe I'm old. Maybe
we're all old, right?
Even when I look at Facebook, I see the same guy over and over again, just like, this is my thoughts. I don't care, dude. Dude, I feel so old talking about this, but bro, relax.
But surely
They're
you
not that
care
important.
about MPL MY.
Of course. I follow.
Of course. That's what's important, right? But we have a reaction video for you guys to check out from week 5, so have a quick look at this.
Game nak masuk, cari kedudukan Kimin tapi dapat macam game akan tersekat. Game hilang terus dengan Skyzer dengan cross voltage. Juga double kita Skyzer dapat bobo. Hampir tu dapatkan triple kill tetapi digagalkan oleh Shihin.
Membenarkan mereka mendapatkan kelebihan, tapi di bahagian hadapan
Percubaan untuk masuk, ada tsunami daripada Vergi. Vergi cuba dapatkan Rasi menjadi daripada Vergi. Mula Storm juga datang, ada 2 gol. Vergi ditumbangkan daripada Kimin. Kimin masuk, Nogi Shadow Kill memaksa tapi Siska telah pun ditumbang oleh Trap. 4 pemain yang mungkin akan dikejar berterusan pada kali ini. EV cuba untuk masuk lagi tapi tengok macam laser nyawa dia sangat-sangat lembut. Tapi Kimin jangan masuk. Oh, dia masuk. Damage cukup tapi kena shutdown pula dekat EV. Triple dia.
daripada Sky, Zat terus melangit untuk Kiat. So, listen who this is Skyzer.
Satu dekat tangan Krem. Kali ni Emma juga Krem. Emma dengan Krem. Dah cuti jatuh kat tangan Innocent. Emma dapatkan double kill. Tapi jika ada seorang-seorang jadi boleh tidak bertahan.
Sempat saya rasa sebab Vel masih lagi boleh hidup.
Double kill dua kali Kausai sebentar tadi meninggalkan saya tapi saya triple kill untuk Kausai dan rata ke atas pasukan Tuna sekaligus membenarkan untuk pasukan AERO Esports menamakan perlawanan kemenangan bersih.
Tapi sekarang ni mereka nak dapatkan smooth.
Cuba untuk dipegang. Terus sahaja all out. Smooth ditumbangkan oleh Geminidas. Mid lane ini melompat. Mereka nak cuba. Wave masuk. Penetrate dilepaskan. Terus saja.
Give him a damage dealer, man. Give him something like a Farsa, Eve, whatever. I want to see him actually talk to the opponents, right? It's like, hey, die him. Hey, do you see me? See how cool I was when you died? Wasn't that great?
It's good to see that some things don't change, right? Kim is still the same as always, but he doesn't walk over to the opponent's desk because he's the mid laner and he's supposed to be in the back line, you know? But great reactions. It's great to see our players having a good time, our fans having a good time, and so much action happening across MPL MY.
Yeah, so now jumping back into the game, it is Monster Vicious going up against AERO Esports, where AERO, unfortunately, even with a very good draft, is not able to do it. So maybe you were right when you were talking about their damage being not there, right? Especially because, how do you say this? In hindsight, after looking at the draft, the Jushin's going to have a pretty tough time to actually catch anyone. So maybe once you see a mobile assassin, kind of like the Ling, opt for something else. Maybe something with either a little bit more damage or instant crowd control. Something like an Aurora if you want some kind of instant crowd control.
Yeah, in the end, I do feel like when you lock in a Zusin, you really need some heavy early burst. But let's put that on the back burner real quick. We asked Reza a question. What made the coach put you back in the main lineup instead of Aaron? And he said, watching Aaron gave me the motivation to perform better. In scrims, I played a bit better, so they decided to put me back. I hope to meet Zeno because back in Tier 2, I only beat him once, but he beat me so many times.
And he beat you again. So,
man.
That hurts. Oh, shucks. But if he's able to push this to game 3, you know, it should bring back some confidence over to Reza. I mean, like, it's not over just yet. Yeah, I feel like it's just a draft, right? Jushin is an S tier hero, so pick it up. But maybe now you got to think of the connections of the teams. And now that you've seen what Monster Vicious has done, you got to respect especially Nova Escobar, because whenever you do want to engage it, this one is especially for Hazel, you're going to get caught.
Yeah, there is a lot of issues with the way that AERO Esports approached the team fights in game number 1, where players would just randomly overextend themselves, and because Zkif is oftentimes looking for an angle, and Reza's not really tanky enough to do the usual Hilda things, Hazel kind of felt like he needed to take it upon himself to jump in and make something happen, and then he just eats a fist to the face. That needs to not happen anymore.
It's unfortunate, but it kind of feels like Reza on the Hilda, not much impact, and Reza, maybe not a chip, because Reza himself is amazing with the picks like the Badang, where it's a very straightforward way of playing. Playing a chip, it's like playing 70 chess.
see.
There's 7Ds, right?
I think so.
In Yu-Gi-Oh, there's 5Ds.
That's true.
Right?
That is true.
All right, now, oh, Ling ban. So that's
Ooh.
fast. Just 1 week, and now Ling is getting a ban.
And AERO Esports do decide to still ban out the chip on the red side. This is gonna leave the Kimi open.
But maybe not pick it up just yet, because the threats like the Boxia is still there, right?
True, but I feel like Kimi is so good.
So
that-
they just
oh,
the Boxia first pick.
good idea, actually.
Maybe the Boxia is first pickable. Shoutouts to Magma, man.
He started the trend.
Magma, man.
This is all because of Magma.
So it's Sakai's and Magma. You can say both names in the same breath.
They're definitely at the same level.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like peas in a pot.
But yeah, Baxia first pick is really smart because there's a lot of heroes that Baxia does deal with right now that would oftentimes be picked quite early, right? The Kimi is an obvious one, but even heroes like Hilda and even the Harif may have some difficulty because they do rely on shields and healing. AERO Esports do still lock in the Harif, but they make sure that the Phobius doesn't go to MV as well.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like the Boxia can deal well enough with the Phobius, at least in the laning phase. So Monster Vicious, if they don't pick up the Granger here, definitely gonna get banned out. Unless Ruff is feeling more like a Moskov, right? If you're feeling like a Moskov, like you're not hard set on the Granger, you can pick it up later. The Hayabusa still hasn't been picked yet. And Uni is pretty good on that Hayabusa, or if he wants to go back to what really made him shine, that Hanzo. A lot of picks are open for the jungle. Personally, for me, I would prioritize both of them, but I mean, like jungle as well as gold. But we'll see where they go.
Yeah, there's still a lot of options open. The Moskov is something that teams normally ban when they pick up the Harif, but they're confident because they have Phobius. But the Hanzo that you talked about going to get locked in by Monster Vicious alongside the Granger.
I kind of feel like at this point, it's risky. The Gatakacha will still be good against that Hanzo. The other one that you could opt for is a mid laner, because the thing is, the Hanzo, he's very good at dishing out a lot of damage against the mids. But that being said, I don't know what's good now. Like maybe the Eve, at least you can survive once the Hanzo goes in. But yeah, this is very difficult. Like if you really want to save yourself, the Novaria is a good pick. But if you want Novaria, you can just wait later. Maybe pick up the Hayabusa here.
Yeah, jungle picks are probably gonna get locked down pretty hard in the second phase. But looks like they keep it open. They go for the Badang instead. It is true that if Badang uses his abilities correctly, you can just lock down the Hanzo, and you don't really have to worry about it. And this is one of Zkeef's signatures, so maybe it's the way to go.
We've seen Hazel use the Lancelot. I wonder if that's gonna be one of the ideas here.
Ooh.
Yeah, especially because I don't know, like he didn't look that good with the Lancelot the other day, but things could change.
Could change, but yeah, having some kind of assassin that can dive the back line would probably be the best here, especially with a Hanzo and Granger already on the board. Hayabusa would be pretty solid. Lancelot, like you mentioned, didn't do the best the last time Hazel plays it, but definitely fulfills the role of diving the back line. There's also things like the Benedetta jungle that we used to see in the past. Not too sure if they'll come out now, since they do ban the Joy instead.
Yep. Other than the Joy, what other picks in the jungle here? Because the Hayabusa is open, but at the same time, maybe Envy is not too afraid of it. And if we're looking at the Roamer, this is going to be very interesting because Envy does have the option to flex the Boxia into Roam. Personally, I don't favor that because Nova is such a playmaker, man. Like, it feels bad if he has to go for that one.
Yeah, I think Baxia would, again, be very good in the EXP lane here, too, of just locking Phobius down. Because Phobius is very unlikely to get a kill on the Baxia as well. Wow, okay, so they ban Lance, they leave Haya open, and AERO Esports do get rid of the Kimi in the end.
Let's see. He used the Alpha before as well. Also didn't look all that great. So far, I don't see a lot of tankiness here to opt for the Alpha.
Yeah, and I don't think Alpha.
And you can't even go Fredrin because you really don't have enough damage here.
Yes, not Alpha, not Fredrin. This needs to be an assassin. You need to, like, have damage. Hayabusa is the obvious one. Nolan is an old classic. Haven't seen him in a while. I go Suyo instead, which is okay, I guess.
Is okay-ish for sure. Like, in terms of damage, Like, he does good damage, but not like a Hayabusa, where Hayabusa can dive to the back line. Suyo is more about, I'm going to poke the front line, and I have a lot of dashes to get me out of trouble, right? Now Monster Vicious. Cho is more of a Nova hero. Tigreal is also a Nova hero here, and then the Farsa as well. And from AERO, not a lot of ways to actually get onto the Farsa when you have a roamer like Nova Escobar on that Tigreal.
Yeah, definitely not. If in a vacuum, picks like the Selena would be pretty good against the Farsa, but not so much against Tigreal and Hanzo. If you want to go for some kind of long-range poke, there is still the Novaria, but I don't think that's really the way to go either. I think AERO just has to fall back to more classic mid picks, like the Vexana, maybe?
Not a bad pick, not a bad pick. Yeah, you need some kind of peel. And they go for Jushin again. I mean, like, the Suyo has more damage early compared to the previous game with the Hayabusa and with the Badang. So there's improvements. There's improvements.
I'm gonna be honest, I still don't really like it. I feel like MV just straight up has more prio on the map. This is, again, a really balanced comp. Good early game pressure, good late game scaling. Whereas I feel like AERO Esports, again, has a composition that's a little bit difficult to play.
The only reason why I'm not for AERO's draft, I'm sorry to say, I don't feel all that confident that Kusei can carry with the Harif. Like, I don't think he's like Innocent that can 1v9. So if the game goes bad, Kusei eventually gets items, I think it won't matter that much.
Because in the end, Harif is very cooldown based, right? You gotta play for that Zaman force, and the question is, will Monster Vicious allow that? They're gonna be hitting hard, hitting fast, because the clean sweep here will provide Monster Vicious the points they need to start playing catch-up, to maybe break their way back into the upper bracket. Let's jump into the Land of Dawn for Game 2 with Monster Vicious and AERO Esports.
This is what I wanted to see in the previous game, but I hold off a little bit. But now they're doing it again. Looks like this Harif is going for the Festival of Blood. It's okay on that Harif, but I kind of feel like with how the game goes in MPL MY, maybe you need that Bargain Hunter just to make sure you get your items fast enough so whenever there's a fight on, say, the second or third turtle, you can actually contribute. So, I don't know. I kind of feel like he's very confident that he can stay in the fight long enough to really have value on this Festival of Blood. But looking at how fast MV is actually moving around, I think maybe getting that Bargain Hunter might be better.
Yeah, Bargain Hunter would be more suited if you're meant to be the main late game carry, while Festival of Blood is more for you to play around early to mid game power spikes, since you can join team fights sooner. And a little bit of its effectiveness overall is already offset by just the presence of Xeno in the game. So AERO going for a very aggressive 4-man gank up top. Ruff gonna get picked up very, very soon. I don't think he's surviving this one. First blood to Kosei.
Yeah, but to be fair, he already saw that coming. He's like, oh, gank coming on me. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to hit this minion. I'm going to save my flicker. And it's just going to be whatever. Because at this game, Monster Vicious, Ruff doesn't have to carry that hard. They have the Farsa, they have the Hanzo, so he doesn't have that much pressure to be the main damage dealer.
But it is a good play from AERO. They know that Kosei is going to be their main carry, so the more gold they funnel into this Harif, the better it's going to be. Ruff is able to make it back in lane to catch the gold cannon, so he doesn't lose out too much.
Now looking at the turtle, catch by Zekif.
2-man fizz break, locks him down. Roundel gonna flicker over the wall, and that is one battle spell down. Hazel now on top of the turtle. Novak Tobar gonna push him away. Uni comes in, can he get the steal? He takes the turtle away, fended airstrike. Nom nom from Uni, and Hazel is consumed.
Yeah, that was a good catch coming in from Nova Escobar. Now Ruff 1v1 against Kosei.
Ruff, can he win it? No, he's down to low HP, no more energy. Kosei gonna just barely come out on top.
Oh, Ruff, he outplayed out now. Kosei, he has to be careful. Oh, but Zekif's here. Ruff, you get out.
He doesn't have it. Ruff gonna be able to dash away. Here comes Nova. He does have flicker. Looks like he's not gonna force it though.
Yeah. Either way, right now Monster Vicious is looking like game number 1, man. Like, they fight around Turtle, they get a win, and now they're looking good. They're looking very solid. And the fact that Uni is the one that got the kill is gonna give more priority compared to Hazel. I don't know, man. Hazel, I'm just wondering, just thinking out loud, what if he's just a one-match wonder?
Oh man, that is...
Ooh, already beginning the conversation.
That is some imp implication.
That's some
right
Facebook
there.
talk there.
Wow, okay, that would be... Ooh, the Kingdom's not gonna be happy about that one. Just like Reza being forced to flicker away from the Feathered Airstrike.
Right now for Monster Vicious, again, the thing about them is that they don't have to force anything. Like, they understand that AERO has to be the one on the front foot, and then they just got to counter. Right now, Nova Escobar sees the gang coming in from Zkif, and he's going to be fine. Ruff is safe as well. So, unfortunately, just by that positioning, AERO Esports doesn't get a lot from their rotation. So, Monster Vicious, they're going to get more gold out of this just because AERO is not picking up gold when they need to.
Yeah, but I do like that AERO's at least being a little bit more aggressive with it. In the previous game with Zkif on Chip, you could tell they really couldn't safely rotate around the map. And at least now they're putting on some kind of pressure. Feathered Airstrike gonna poke Kim out of mid lane so Monster Vicious can start securing Turtle Pit.
Kusei's all alone up there. Looks like Reza taking a bit of damage. For Monster Vicious as well as AERO, there's really no big goal difference. Nothing at all. So it really does come up to who has the better setup.
Zeno gonna jump straight in. Novak Kobar doesn't get his implosion out, and now Reza's jumping the backline. Here comes Uni as well. Ruff gonna snipe down the Phobias. Roundel still barely alive, but Novak Kobar gonna be left alone in front with Zeno as well. Feathered Airstrike gonna pop down again. Hazel secures the turtle for AERO Esports.
AERO, very good setup coming in from Zkif. So this looks so much different now, right? Compared to when he was using the chip. He was forcing things out. Now with the Badang, he roughly knows what to do, right? I'm just going to push you away. And then if you get in range, especially for that Tigro, I'm just going to lock you in. You can't run away. And even if you do use Implosion, the wall will stop Monster Vicious from actually coming in. You know, maybe Ruff as well as a Roundel can help, but everyone else, they can't.
Nova's just locked down, has to dash away from the Lantern here as AERO continuing to up their pressure, especially around the gold lane, making sure Kosei gets as much farm as possible.
Never really thought of this, but yeah, actually now that I see it, the Badang is a good answer towards the Tigreal because that wall by itself kind of stops him from disengaging and stops the opponent from engaging, so it's pretty good.
Zeno in some trouble here, gets locked down with the fist crack. This is a 1v4 situation. There is no way you're getting out of this. He's just buying as much time as possible with the Revitalize. Actually buying a lot of time. Reza will eventually pick him up. Meanwhile, a gank up top. Feathered Airstrike not really gonna do much to Kosei, unfortunately.
Kim is in position for him to catch anyone. Sees Nova Escobar. AERO Esports definitely on a better foot for this one after winning that second turtle. So maybe you just need to call them out once, and then they start performing well again. That's the MPL MY style, man. The casters just say one thing, and then the opposite happens.
And speaking of, up top, big gank again. AERO Esports are putting so much pressure onto the gold lane. Ruff is literally having a rough time.
Yep. 2-3 seasons, man. 2-3 seasons.
We just can't, like, avoid it.
Yes.
It is going to happen.
I mean, like, he knows how to make us say his name. Now, who say it? Even when I say I don't trust him, now he's doing well against Ruff. You know what? Everyone's bad.
There's strike. Kim gonna ult over the wall. That means he doesn't have it for the next fight. The rest of AERO Esports coming by. Conceal gonna be used here. Zeno gonna be locked down. The 4-man implosion! Pushes them into the tower. Zeno will fall, but is there enough damage? Monster Vicious are not ready to follow up on it. Uni's a bit late to the party. He'll finally come in, picks up Kim, goes for the nom. Reza flickers away. Ruff follows Zkif, gets the snipe, but he's put himself too far forward. It is a 2-for-3 trade. AERO Esports comes out on top.
That's the most solo queue-like mentality I've seen.
I know, right?
Right, where the roamer gets a good setup when your teammate has absolutely nothing to follow up with. And then the others that came by, they're like, he already had a good setup. So we have to follow up. I know it's not a good setup anymore because they're all free, but we gotta try. So that was very forced coming in from Monster Vicious. Still a good setup from Nova Escobar. Now he only has 3 assists.
I feel so sad because that always happens to me when I'm playing on the Tigreal as well. I even specifically keep an eye out for my team. It's like, okay, they seem close enough. They should be able to follow up. No, they can't.
At that point, Round was like, oh, if only I saved my ult. If only the Feather Airstrike was up when he had that cool play.
Oh, it could have been so good. That could have been D play for Monster Vicious. But because of that, AERO Esports still maintains their lead. Still 2k ahead. Not that much, all things considered, but you can see Kosei having a much different game.
You can see how Ruff is not having a good time when you see that he doesn't go for the Sky Piercer's second item. He went for the Malefic Roar.
Uni trying to go on Hazel. Gets the Om-Nom. Here comes Feathered Airstrike. Hazel's just dodging a lot of it. Gonna get hit with that last one though. Very low on HP. Reza and Kim are here to try and save him. They're gonna catch out Uni. Ultimate comes in. Hazel dashes over the wall. And now Monster Vicious cannot catch him. Uni actually is the one left in a really bad spot. And Hazel gets the revenge killing spree.
If anyone wants me to tell them that, hey, you guys are bad, like just let me know. It will help you out in your ranked game so much. You'll get 100 stars in no time.
Maybe you need to send some of that my way, Lafel.
You know what? I suck.
You know,
I'm gonna get 50 stars by today.
If that happens, please do it to me as well.
Oh, I will say so many bad things. I will say so many bad things that will cancel each other out. But yeah, now AERO Esports with 3,000 gold ahead. Monster Vicious, they're in a tough spot.
We're trying to avoid the taboo word now.
There's so much, like, because there's so much adjectives, but we still got to take our time here, folks.
It's a good thing that Ruff is the only one with a name like that, or we would be having a
difficult time.
Is, you know, gonna jump in, cuts off Reza, once again to flicker forward, gets the knock-up and round down. Zamanford comes out as well as Hazel instantly melts down the Baxia. Mega kill for the Suyo! Double kill as Novax Kobaru is melted as well. AERO Esports are now officially in the driver's seat.
Monster Vicious, they still have a shot because they have quite good wave clear here with the Granger as well as the Farsa. So worst comes to worst, they will have time to beef up their damage and then eventually wait for Nova Escobar to have a good set. We saw that he could do it, just didn't have enough damage. So maybe after this, maybe just one more item, we'll see a big difference. 5,000 gold, that's a big difference.
The Tigreal fallacy is that you can only get a good set when your team isn't around. Uni gonna go in, gets the bite on Hazel. Not quite enough. Hanzo has the damage, but AERO are in position.
I can see the clip of Nova Escobar having the perfect set. People just clipping it, and then the caption is like, literally me. Like the most white girl way of saying it is like, that's so me. Like, I did that, and then that's my teammates.
Yeah, I can see it right now. I can picture it clearly in my brain. Holy Crystal now completed for Kosei in much different circumstances compared to game number 1, as the Holy defense will fall down bottom to the Lord crashing in. And now MV will have no external towers.
Yep, this is going to be very difficult by Monster Vicious here. They got to protect, like, until Ruff maybe gets 2 more items. Hold on. Ooh, that hurts.
Ooh, implosion on 1. Reza gonna get pushed against the wall. Fist crack cancels it out, but Reza will still fall. Ruff gets the snipe. Killing spree for Kosei in return, though. Nova Kobar gonna get ticked off. And Monster Vicious are able to trade 1 for 1 and keep their tower alive.
Right now, if they're able to get Kosei, that could be good because that, oh, he wants Kim.
Uni feeling hungry, gonna get lifted up, and all of a sudden, he's not hungry anymore.
Oh yeah, he's pretty full. This tower looks like it's gonna get taken down.
Zeno gonna get pulled up into the Salmon Force. Monster kill for Hazel. Remember when I said I didn't like the Suyo?
Oh, I remember you even say you don't like the Jushin.
Yeah.
No, it's just MPL MY thing stuff, right? Like, this is why we're friends, but we don't say nice things about each other. Because we know
what it would do.
Someone, like my wife, literally told me, like, drive safely, and then I got into an accident, you know? So you just got to be careful with your words.
So you just have to use the right phrases, right?
Yeah.
So, like,
have an okay driving time.
No, it's not safe for you to say drive safe.
Yeah.
So it's okay for you to say things like break a leg.
Yeah. No one has broken a leg so far, even if we keep saying it over and over again.
So we have to adopt that kind of grammar from now on.
Yes. Hope your bump gets stolen. You know, I don't know. Like, imagine, like, you just have a perfect game. It's like, oh, you say, I don't know. Malaysia is a different kind of breed. That's why a lot of people come here, they develop, and they grow.
Yeah. It is, you know, like, it's difficulty mystical. Makes you grow.
It's mystical, Stafa. Like, you see other regions, physically they're good, mentally they're good. Here in Malaysia, even spiritually, man. Something's different here.
Something is different. Maybe it's the energy. Xeno, though, having some bad vibes right now. Gonna already eat so much damage. Hazel picks up the Lord. Xeno realizing I should not have walked up here because he is already dead. Conceal comes out. Ruff not able to escape as Kim finishes him off. Better Distrike literally doing nothing. And now Roundale has to escape as well. And Uni! Wow, that's a lot of damage coming from Hazel. He's gonna get picked off. Double kill for Kim. Winter Crowd as well, because why not? As AERO Esports pushes straight into the base. They don't have many minions, but they can flaunt their dominance. They can T-pose on MV because they know the deed is done. Nova and Roundale gotta try and defend the crystal, but it is wide open, and AERO Esports will just say, well, how about we take you as well? It's a 1-for-2 deal, as the crystal will break, and AERO Esports brings us to a full series.
With a 10,000 goal lead, AERO showed up, and I wonder what Kim said to Roundle in that game, because this game, Kim definitely popped off. Everyone popped off.
Everyone popped off. I don't even know how this is happening, where we say this draft looks good and then it is not. AERO Esports demonstrating to us that they are capable of adaptation and figuring out what makes their opponents tick. In a very one-sided victory, we will now go to a best-of-1 to determine which team comes out on top.
Badang looks amazing on both teams, Tafa. Like right now, it does look like that pick is the hot pick for this one. Maybe like either early pick it up, ban it away. I don't know, but definitely don't give it over to Zkiv, because Nova Escobar, he has a lot more heroes that he can use, but Zkiv on that Badang, it does look like his signature right now.
And the thing is, Tigreal is usually a Nova signature, but it does feel like nowadays there's just so many ways you can really mess with a Tigreal.
Yeah.
I feel it. This is one of my favorite heroes.
I don't like going up against it. When I use it, sure, it's fine. But it's like you said, when the opponent uses the Tigreal, amazing. When we use it, 5-man set, no one's around.
It's just, there's some kind of mystical force against Tigreal. Every time I get Tigreal in Brawl, they have a Diggy.
What the heck?
Yeah!
MVP. We gotta look at who's the MVP. Like, now that's crazy. That's crazy. You get a Tigreal in Brawl,
ridiculous.
And then the opponent gets a Diggy. The MVP for this one, it can go over to anyone. Kusei played really well. Hazel played very well. Zkiv played very well. We'll see. The MVP looks like it is going over to Hazel with that Suyo. And now, who else are we going to say, hey, you're pretty bad?
I think we just have to say that both teams are terrible.
Yeah, they're...
You know, like both teams
below
are
average.
Absolutely terrible. And then they'll get like a really good game 3.
They both look like SRGOG.
Isn't that a good thing?
Yeah, meaning like we say that they're terrible.
No, we said that too early.
Oh.
Now you've canceled it out.
All right.
They need to look like
OB?
I was not gonna say it.
Everyone knows Tafa. You don't have to hide it. People are typing already.
I'm sorry, OB.
Yeah, they're playing after this.
Okay, so Hazel definitely took some offense to Uni from game 1, because remember I said Uni had a pretty high GPM.
Oh yeah.
It was 967. Hazel beat it by 8 points.
975. This is the kind of best of 3 that we do want to watch, especially because for the next series, probably going to be a pretty short one. You remember?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if you know, you know. We're going to look at the itemization here, and it's funny how Uni looks amazing on that Hanzo week 1 and week 2. I believe week 3 onwards, either it gets banned out or even when he uses it, people have been finding ways to actually deal with it.
Yeah, because Hanzo in the end is kind of a conditional hero. You do need the proper setup for him to be able to go in and get those bites, consume people. And I think a lot of the issues that MV faced in this game did come down to this Tigreal pick, unfortunately. Up against things like a Zusin and a Badang, there's just too many easy ways for AERO Esports to cancel out his attacks. And there's 2 Purifies that only run real way from MV to bait them out, so it's tough.
I gotta say, I think the previous 2 weeks, the Suyo has taken a bit of a shift when it comes to the itemization, where it looks like, at least here in MPL MY, people favor with a little bit more damage. Not a little bit, full-on damage Suyo, where we see previously it's just like the War Axe, Hunter Strike into defense items. This time it's like, nah, I want more. I want the Malefic Roar. I want the BOD. I want to make sure that I actually kill someone. So a bit of a change here, at least in MPL MY, where people are opting for more damage on the Suyo.
I think that makes a lot of sense because they nerfed Suyo's general durability.
That's true.
Right? Like they made him less tanky, so now building him semi-tank isn't worth it. It is better to go full damage and kill them before they kill you.
You know what? That's very sound. That's a very good analysis here. And now we got to look at the damage numbers. This time, Kusei definitely did a lot more damage. 56,000 damage dealt. Roundel was the one that has the highest damage output, but again, looks like not enough to actually get a kill onto anyone.
Every single time AERO engaged, they were just disrupting the back line heavily here. Monster Vicious wants to play more of a classic front to back, and then you just have players like ZK, like Hazel, like Reza saying, forget about your front, we just care about the back. They just go behind Nova without caring because ZK's already there controlling him, and without their frontline presence, it's very difficult for Ruff or Roundel to actually safely do damage. And then we started getting a little bit more desperate towards the end and making more mistakes that allowed AERO Esports to just snowball their way through.
Well, Reza got a win over Zeno. True. Right? So just one more. Just one more for you to really feel good about it. Because this is interesting that now it's scored 1-1. I wonder if Monster Vicious, they will change their idea again for the next one. We got to look at the key players here. Looks like the rich guy is going over to Hazel, the carry, Kusei. Zeno took the most amount of damage, and Kim has the highest assist with the best wingman. So far, AERO, they didn't change that much. They only changed the jungle and the EXP. Other than that, oh, and of course the roamer. Other than that, mostly the same, right? They still opt for that Jushin. They still opt for... What was the other one? Harif. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Harif and Jushin. Like, that's what they want. And then everything else, you know, something else.
I think it's less of an adjustment from AERO Esports side and more of what happened as a result of switching up the draft with MV side, right?
The Boxia.
I do think that Roam is a very important position for this particular matchup because in game 1, Novak's Kobar was controlling the flow of the game. This time, ZK was controlling the flow. And I think that just puts that much more pressure on drafting the correct Roam hero.
You know what sucks whenever you're frontline? I've noticed this, at least in this meta, EXP or Roam. If you early pick it, you're bound to get either countered.
Yes.
Or there is a counter to what they have, you just can't pick it anymore. Like, for example, with the Phobius, if you pick up a high loss in the EXP, you can deal with that Phobius. But since you already committed to a Boxia, there's really not much you can do.
Exactly. That's what I always say as well, right? Whenever I'm like playing ranked with my viewers on stream as well, I usually end up as EXP or Roam. And because I'm the host of the room, I pick first. And I always say, please let me push you up.
Yeah.
Please don't make me pick EXP or Roam first. That is just throwing the game.
Yep. First pick a Glue, they pick up a Faramis. You pick up a Phobius, they pick up either the Hylos or the CC. You pick up a, what you call it, like a Tigreal. They just pick up heroes that can use the Purify. Like, there's always answers to the front lines.
Exactly. That's why it's so important. You gotta make sure that you draft your EXP and Roam a little bit later, or at least after you already know who your opponent is. So you have a little bit more pressure overall, because otherwise this is what happens. It's a bit of a bad example because Nova X Kovar actually last picked the Tigreal, but
the Boxia was the first pick. That was the bad one. Because again, if you change it up, CC, high loss, maybe a different story, because then the Phobius wouldn't be that big of a problem, where even SRGOG, they will go for second pick with the EXP pickups. Yeah, EXP pickups.
Yeah, I think generally going core early is just in a really good state nowadays, especially the more flexible ones like Kimmy, even Ling somehow getting more prio.
Yeah, but now we have an announcement here. Let's see what this is about. With 1 point earned, AERO Esports has officially secured the 4th playoff slot. So both teams here, they are going to go to the playoffs. But MV, they need to win for a shot to go for the upper bracket. The moment AERO wins this one, Homeboys is celebrating.
True, true. MV needed a 2-0-2-0 record to end the season to actually pass Homeboys and hope Homeboys lose their match 2-0. Now that's no longer possible, so they have to hope Homeboys loses 2-0 and win the rest of their games from now on to get the tie.
Homeboys has only one opponent. And
yep.
Right?
Oh!
So, yeah, so is immediately tomorrow. So for this one, again, like, if MV2 O's, that means Homeboys is 0-2. If tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, if MV wins 2-1 and they 2-0 Homeboys tomorrow, maybe the points is the same and then it becomes a head-to-head, right?
Head, yeah.
Right? But if Homeboys gets 1 point, because now this is a 2-1, right? Homeboys gets 1 point, no head-to-head, Homeboys upper bracket.
Now I kind of hope that MV wins just so we can have like that match tomorrow, right? It's so rare we get those kinds of stakes on the last week of MPL MY, but now that I've said that, AERO Esports is probably going to win, so
100%, 100%. No doubt in my mind.
So what needs to change, you think?
Okay, so first of all, don't early pick the Boxia, right? So that's step number 1.
Okay.
Step number 2, be careful of that Badang. Like, either pick it up early or have ways to deal with the Badang. Because I really feel like EXP and Rome, these are the 2 most important parts in this match right now. Because in the jungle, both have shown they can play. In terms of the goal lane, even if Kusei doesn't get a Harif, I believe that he can play, right? So really think about your front lines here.
Yeah, front line seems to be the most important for setting the pace, since neither of these teams are very, very eager to make things happen right from the get-go. I think AERO Esports is a bit more willing to go for early rotation flanks if they have the right composition for it, but otherwise, they are both generally mid-game leaning teams that want a team fight. So having the right heroes to set that up and slow down the game initially is going to give them a good start.
Okay, so right now I do have some notes here. If MV... Oh, hold on. Before that, we have to remind you guys, TikTok Shop Live at Sunday, 25th May on 6 p.m. with Gojis as well as Rippo, where you guys can get the shirts shown by our Marshall here. You know what? That is absolutely beautiful. And the shirt is not bad as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. Looking pretty good up on that stage. And the shirt as well, of course.
Yeah.
It's a good design.
Amazing, man.
It's a great design, actually. I do like want to get one of those for myself. I think, honestly, all our marshals need to take up like side gigs as models.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Like every single one of them is doing a great job of showing off our merch on stage.
Yep. Instead of Victoria's Secret, they can have a Secret Sarah. I don't know. Whatever the Malay version of it is. Anyways, I got the points here. If MV wins 2-1, the maximum points is 20 points.
Okay.
And Homeboys right now has 20 points.
Yes.
So if they win this one and 2-0 tomorrow with head-to-head, yes, they will be in the upper bracket. The moment they lose, the maximum points that they can get is 19 points. Officially, mission failed.
Oh yeah, because if they're tied, then tomorrow would be the head-to-head as well. So yeah, it would be incredible if MV wins this and we get those kind of stakes for like the second last day of the regular season. But AERO Esports are now in a position to potentially spoil that fun and get a victory for themselves.
Yeah, right now we're jumping straight into the draft here. AERO looks like they are respecting that Boxia. So are they gonna first pick a Kimmy here? Because the Fovia is not there, the Boxia is not there, the Kalia is not there. Fanny, Louis, as well as Matilda banned out as well. They're taking their time here. They're really thinking, do we really want that? They opt for Jushin. I would go for, say, a Kimmy Ling.
Yeah, that would make sense to me. Considering Baxia is already gone and Phobius is banned out, you could actually open with Kimmy Ling. It wouldn't be too big of an issue. You could even go like Harif, but then that would probably be revealing a bit too much.
Yep.
I'm still surprised that this Zusin is first pick. We have not seen Zusin's first pick since like the first 2 weeks of the season. And ever since, the hero has kind of dropped off in prio.
It's funny because Jushin's personality and Kim is not the same at all.
Nope.
Jushin is very elegant, right? Hold on, looks like they're picking up the Kimmy and the Badang. Actually, you know what? Good as well. Good as well, because even if AERO picks up that Ling, you gotta trust MV with the Badang. They can deal with it.
Yeah, we already mentioned Badang has been one of the main winning factors throughout Game 1 and 2. So MV decide, alright, let's just snap it up for ourselves as soon as possible. And now let's see how AERO will respond. Like you mentioned, the Ling is open. I would like to see Hazel go on the Ling, but what would they want to pair it with?
Yeah, because I'm thinking of roamers. What roamers do they want? They pick up the Link and the Hildas are still hiding that roam pick. But now that you see the Hilda, not so many picks win against the Hilda, but there is a lot of picks that can survive against the Hilda. Like, make it look not that big of a deal. I recently fought against a Hilda that goes for a full damage build. It's interesting because in the early game, I was surprised by how much damage it dealt. And then at the late game, I was surprised by how fast she died.
Pretty much. I mean, that's always the risk when it comes to these early game heroes. You dominate early and then you just completely fall off late. And if you go full damage, you are basically fully investing your stocks into early game, which means that late game is even worse. But the Lucas did get led through the first phase of bans. This is one of the heroes that Uni has had a lot of success with and naturally is meant to counter assassins. So I think that's a pretty good choice.
I like that in Facebook right now, like, people are talking about MV and AERO.
Who said there
and then
are
in
no
the comments,
shortcuts in
you know,
life?
majority,
I literally
which team
invented
is
one.
leading, like, in terms of people talking about Todog. It's so interesting, like, the post is about AERO and MV, and then down there, Todog. It's like, great, great, great. Amazing. The chip gets banned out.
Right?
The chip gets banned out, which I do find interesting. And now AERO, they themselves ban out the Harif, so they're pretty confident that this Kimi is going to mid. Now Ruff, he has a lot of options. I wonder if AERO wants to ban out that Granger as well, or the Moskov, because between Moskov and Granger, probably you want to get rid of the Moskov because, you know, Ling has a better time against the Granger, but who knows?
Yeah, Granger definitely feels more vulnerable to Ling and even Hilda compared to a Moskov, so I would imagine that's what they'd ban if they're continuing to focus on the gold lane. I am also really confused by this chip ban from MV. It was not good for AERO initially, and they have the Badang to counter it this time, but I guess it's because the Ling is on AERO's side this time, because that is the jungler that has the easiest way of avoiding the shortcut gank, since he just hopped into the Tempest of Blades.
MV should fourth pick a gold laner or a mid laner here just to hide where this Lucas is going, and they do ban out that Moskov. Other than Moskov, I'm not too sure how many other gold laners that can deal with the Ling. I'm thinking of the Brody, but we haven't seen a lot of Brodies.
I was thinking that too.
Right? The Claude should be okay as well. Oh, another one. Bruno. Once you have the Haskell, you should be able to survive.
There's also the classic fallback of Beatrix. Just a safe choice. If you have built up enough damage, you can just end up murdering the Ling before he can actually do the same to you.
And even if the Ling ganks, you just clear the wave with the ult.
Yep. So it could be a good choice, but we will see what Ruff decides to go for here. It's just whether or not they want to keep the Lucas as a flex now or the Kimi as a flex. And it looks like it's going to be the Lucas as a flex as they go for carry.
Very interesting here. Carry should be okay to deal with the Hilda and in a way against the Ling. And they pick up the Granger for Kusei. Question is, what is going to be that roam? Hilda is pretty tanky, so you can opt for something that can set up a team fight. Do they want to pick up something like the Tigreal? What are, like,
nah.
Joe?
Tigreal against Badang Lucas, you're just asking for it. Cho, maybe?
Valid.
Whoa, Valentina EXP. Okay.
So Hilda roam, okay. But at this point, then you can just flex the Lucas into the jungle and then it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, they pick up the glue.
Yeah.
I don't like both drafts.
I know Valentina is the Lucas counter, but we have seen it really not work before, and
guys, you should swap. Like if Reza uses the Valentina, actually no, Valentina against Glue is not that bad.
It's okay.
It's not that bad actually. Now I think,
you just don't really interact with him.
Yeah. I don't like both drafts, so now equal footing, Safa. Equal footing.
I prefer Monster Vicious's slightly.
If AERO wins.
Oh no.
I'm just saying, if AERO wins.
Oh no.
Dude. Stop making it unfair.
You're right.
All right.
I should not have said that. Well, let's see what happens. If Monster Vicious take the victory and the series here, we will have a very interesting and very tight game between MV and Homeboys tomorrow. Whereas if AERO Esports are able to take the series, then we can officially lock in our playoffs upper brackets. Only one timeline shall come to pass, and it is now time to determine what the future holds back in the Land of Dawn.
this is a good opportunity for Hazel to really show up on that lane, especially what Uni did in game number 1 during the second turtle, getting a lot of kills, almost got wiped out. I kind of feel like Hazel, if game number 1 really lit a fire under his bum, is really going to be able to perform for this one. But I'm really interested to see how Reza deals with the glue in the EXP lane, which probably nothing is going to happen. You just, you know, splash here and there.
He is going for more of a fighter emblem setup though, so he's definitely intending to play as the Sacred Beast for most of the game here. Even going for common emblem to keep himself in lane against glue as long as possible.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting how Ruff plays this carry as well, because what I can think of is just that a lot of dashes, making it more difficult for the lane to, you know, catch you, but no, I really don't know whether this carry pick is the best choice or not.
And it's not bad. Like, once you get the Trinity completed, carry really melts you down fast. Hazel not gonna be in time to steal a camp away, but both junglers roughly know where their opponent is now.
Yep, roughly no. Either ways, right now, the carry setup is going to be pretty interesting with the firmness as well as the Master Assassin. So he's thinking that he can win a 1v1. Now Ziki finds Nova Escobar. Nothing really going on so far. So maybe it's just going to be like game number 1. Not enough action until second turtle, perhaps.
I feel like there's a possibility of something happening at first turtle for this game, though. Monster Vicious definitely has the tools to force something out initially. And if they're able to stop AERO from scaling, then ZK will start to lose a bit of his utility, too.
They are now hitting level 4, so he can use that grab. Reza? Yeah, I was thinking whether he's going to grab anyone's ult. So far, AERO looks like they have the priority here. And Nova Escobar is going to get that EXP. So he's going to have his fist crack in this one.
He's going to hit level 4. ZK just slightly behind. But Turtle's still being taken quite slowly. Uni gonna show himself now finally. Reza steals away the Sacred Beast form. Kim gonna use that ultimate to get away from the Traction Pulse. So far doing a good job of disengaging and slowing things down.
Yeah, this is not good because that Ling has been free farming all this while, man. Like, Monster Vicious, you're allowing this Ling to get ahead, and AERO, they just want to slow things down, right? That's why I'm like, okay, maybe the first turtle, nothing much, just because Hazel doesn't want any part of it. He just wants the buff. He just wants to get a few, you know, junk camps, and then he's good.
Yeah, the shoes on the other foot now. Fist crack going to find one. ZK's just running him down in the backline, doing a good amount of damage. Here comes Uni. Doesn't pop the Sacred Beast just yet, but Zeno still picks up first blood. ZK will fall. Reza now standing in front. Gonna pop his own Sacred Beast form. Flash combo. Gonna do some good damage and poke Uni. Dropping low. Hazel steals the turtle and picks off Uni. And Reza's doing so much work right now. It's a double. It's a triple for Hazel on AERO Esports.
At this point, yep. You know what, guys? Ling is back. We have multiple different junglers. And now Roundel looks like he's not going to get picked up. Oh, I did not thought that the Ling will come back this fast, Alpha.
The fact that I said I like the Monster Vicious's draft more is...
I already warned you, man. I already warned you.
I should have known.
I said both sucked, man. So
you would think
it's on you.
You're right. I didn't catch on. I am sorry, Monster Vicious. This
you need to do an apology later on, but right now we got to focus on the game, because if Monster Vicious does lose this one, no upper brackets, man. Because right now, AERO Esports almost 2,000 gold ahead. And the thing is, Hazel, he got 3 kills. A scaling jungler having 3 kills, you kind of don't prefer that.
It's the worst result you could ask for, basically. That was probably the most successful stolen Lucas ult I have seen the entire league, actually. Reza already proving us wrong.
It only took 6 weeks.
Yep.
6 weeks?
That's not too long. He stole that. Hazel stole the buff.
Oh no.
He's 2 levels up on Uni now.
How do you slow this down? Because the Kimi has okay wave clear. The carry, you can wave clear for sure, but then you have to get very, very close. So, first item getting that Oracle. More cooldown, more heals. This is going to be a difficult Valentina to face up against.
His entire emblem setup is based around healing, right? He's got Brave Smite, he went Festival of Blood, even that Firmness. So it makes a lot of sense, really. Uni needs to try and make sure Reza can't steal that Sacred Beast form.
And how do you do that? You have to pressure Reza, like make him want to steal anyone else's ult just to survive, but I don't really see that happening. And now AERO, they're starting the second turtle.
Zeno gonna jump forward. Traction Pulse avoided by Kim's ult again. Really good reaction timing. Kosei is even here in the mid lane. Doing some poke. Fizz Crack won't connect. Zekim in a lot of trouble. Gets melted down straight away. Zeno claims the kill. Conceal comes out, but Hazel has already finished the turtle.
Usually I would say it's good that you at least get one kill, but that doesn't really seem worth it, right? Because you use all your skills just to get the roamer, and he's gonna fall off naturally anyway. So you don't really have any kind of pressure to kill him out fast. So Monster Vicious, they're 1,600 gold behind. And I believe most of the gold is over to Hazel. Good news is, if you're able to catch him, a lot of gold will swing your way.
Ideally, they want to give Hazel's kill over to Ruff or Roundel. Even Uni, honestly, would be good. If Monster Vicious is able to find some kind of gold swing, that would get them back on track, because Hazel is just kind of running around with impunity right now.
And honestly, Reza, with this kind of performance, I can't understand why they're not playing Aaron. Aaron's good, but with how he's been playing, even if I'm the coach, I'm like, you know what? Yeah, Valentina EXP, no problem. All you, baby.
Oh, Roundel in a lot of trouble. Hazel's gonna chase him down. Stallion Beam stuns him for a while, but Tempest Blades finishes him off, and the Fist Break misses. Reza with the flicker backwards pushes Uni back into AERO. It's a double kill for Hazel, and Kosei picks up the snipe.
What? We've never seen a Valentina on a Lucas like that, man.
This is the best Valentina Lucas counter I have seen the whole season.
Flicker into flash combo back to your team? Bro!
This is Reza's first season.
Bro. Like, going up against Zeno, like, evolved him. He had to be better than he ever was. And now he's showing up. He's like, you know what? I've lost too many times. Winning this one, stopping you from getting that upper bracket, feels like I won against you 100 times.
That was actually so good. I cannot get over how good that was. Man, okay. Let's see how this continues, because AERO Esports is clearly controlling. Yeah, actually.
Play of the day worthy for sure. And now looks like Monster Vicious. Oh, Zeno looking very low. Gets taken down by Kosei.
Instantly blown up. Kosei already a threat, finishing that Malefic Roar. And Monster Vicious knows they can no longer contest. We're only 8 minutes in, and MV cannot even walk up to the turtle, and AERO Esports knows it.
Yeah. Ooh, Hazel on his lane is a big problem. Newsflash, all teams, second pick Ling is the meta. Be careful of that, since next week is gonna be the playoffs. Nova Escobar taking a lot of that from
goodness.
Kosei.
And Zekim even blocking him from using Fist Break to escape so that Kosei can finish him off. AERO Esports are truly popping off now.
Safa, what have you done?
What have I done? What have I done?
The game is not fair anymore.
Traction Pulse only pulls in Reza. He just uses the Sacred Beast form to dash away, and now the Lantern Flare picks up Zeno. He just dies. Kosei with the mega kill. I don't know how many stacks he has on Skypiercer now, but it's a lot.
I don't know why they picked up carry. I don't know.
You could say it was a rough choice.
Oh my god. It was a choice for sure. And now the Lord marching down mid. 9 minutes in, 7,000 goal lead for AERO. And now Monster Vicious, you're in trouble, man. You don't even have a lot of wave clear. The Lord will get taken care of. You will have more time to get your farm. And now even Hazel is
Hazel's
here.
level 15, by the way. Reza pops the Sacred Beast form. Zeno jumps forward. Zekim is just walking back there. He doesn't care. Grab, gonna flicker forward. Pull Zeno with him. But Zekim will eventually fall. That allows MV to defend their base.
Yeah, so far, fun fact, only Zekim has died.
You're right.
No one else has died so far. Only Zekim is like, let me do it, man. Let me do it. Let me give them a bit of a chance.
I mean, he did his job, basically. He just walked behind the tower, baited like 3 members of MV, and AERO Esports just backed it off. He even went for a first item Blade Armor, because at this point he knows that's all he's really good for, just eating damage.
Yep. At this point, Monster Vicious, even if Nova Escobar has a very good catch, I don't think they have enough damage, because their front line right now is a Hilda a tanky Valentina. So yeah, I don't know. At this point, even if you do something good, it will look pretty bad.
The fact that Kosei is ahead of levels to Uni, he keep in trouble again, but I mean, I don't think he really cares at this point. Look at the damage from Kosei! Novak Kovar just barely gets out, but Zeno has to flicker away, and Reza, you would think that he's the one playing Lucas. He is clearly the scarier Sacred Beast on this map.
Yep, level 10. Uni's level 13, so it's not that bad. But yeah, you can definitely see a big difference. And this is the problem with Valentina, is that she's a better of whatever you are. She's the kind of hero where your girlfriend said, yeah, don't worry about him. It's just a friend. Valentina is the person your significant other told you not to worry about.
Exactly.
She's the better of everything. Maybe there's like one or two that she's not that great, but a better
She
Faramis,
is that girl in the distracted boyfriend meme.
a better Faramis. She can be a Cho, a better Lucas. What is she bad with? I guess she's bad as a Kagura, but other than that,
I mean, there are several heroes that Valentina wouldn't really want to steal from, but
then you have 4 other options.
Yeah. Valentina is just too good at identity theft. And the Land of Dawn is not technologically advanced enough to stop her.
Yep, Diggy needs some kind of new technology to stop this Valentina, man. By the way, Einstein said, Diggy is cuckoo.
Oh, I do remember him saying that.
Yeah, I don't know how their relationship is like. Like, is it good? Is it bad? Like, is it toxic? Is it empowering? Those two are friends, but I don't know. I have my doubts. I doubt Diggy even knows Einstein.
Maybe. Well, here comes the concealed play. Uni trying to force it. Will only be able to jump on Reza, and he actually heals up so much. Tempest Blaze in the backline, aiming for rough flickers forward. Z-Kid chases him down! Unstoppable streak for Kosei in the meantime, snipes him away. Uni finds 1 kill, but Kosei gets a double, gets a triple! AERO Esports is going crazy! And now, Monster Vicious, their chance of moving on to the upper brackets is fading right before their eyes.
Staffa, after all that, Reza didn't even die? Bro!
It is too good, man. It's too good, Roundel. There is nothing you can do here. It's a 1v3. Z-Kip dies once to the crystal just to add on to the death counter that actually somehow gives the space Roundel needs to clear the minion.
For fun, I would give him the MVP of the game. Just out of spite. Just out of spite gives him the MVP of the game, but yeah. AERO, they're taking their time. They're making sure that you don't make any big mistake, but it is very rough when the carry just dies against a Hilda charging straight at you. And it's not even an EXP Hilda. It's Rome.
It's a Rome Hilda that has died 4 times before that. Literally the hero that was willing to just die to start the fight. And it kills you as the main carry of your team. What does that even say?
Good news, bad news. Monster Vicious still going to the playoffs.
Yeah.
So perhaps this
farm difference.
Like, this might be the end of like the most
Uni is trying to go for the 1v1. We already saw how this results in. Hazel's just dancing around him. And Uni skipped his dance lessons. Now the rest of his team is gonna pay the price. Legendary streak for Kosei as he snipes down Zeno. The Lord crashes into the crystal. Roundel forced to flicker away. Kim surviving with the crowd. Nova trying to push him away with his fist. He manages to survive, but Crystal does not. And with that, AERO Esports have taken the series and laid it in stone. Monster Vicious will not be moving on to the upper brackets.
So right now, Monster Vicious, they gotta mentally prepare. The playoffs is next week. They're gonna be playing extra games. If they lose in their first match in the playoffs, they can't get eliminated. I like AERO. They can't go to the upper brackets, but they're gonna drag someone down with them.
If I'm not going to the upper brackets, neither are you, sir. That was very, very well done. I think we already knew when the Ling got a 3-0 in 4 minutes that the game was basically over.
I dare you to say that SRG got a good draft after this. If somehow Obi gets a win, bro.
You know what? I'm going to test it.
Yeah, let's
I have to test it.
Yep, and now we don't need to test anything because we're going to be throwing over to the stage with Rose and the players of AERO Esports.
Atas kemenangan 2-1, AERO Esports adalah pasukan keempat untuk mendapatkan slot mereka ke playoffs. Congratulations, boys.
Thank you.
Rasa happy tak layak ke playoffs finally?
Biasa aja, soalnya kita emang udah tahu bakal playoff.
Wow, you came... Okay, now Hazel, sebenarnya actually kita tadi macam terkejut dengan playstyle mereka di game pertama. We saw that Monster Vicious played a really clean and good game. Apa jadi dengan Haya awak, Hazel?
Warm up je itu, warm up.
Warm up. Tak main ke dekat gaming house sebelum datang? Tak main dekat gaming house sebelum datang?
Enggak, tadi Jumaat lepas tu langsung pergi ke sini.
Oh, solat dulu baru datang. Okay, so tadi warm up, bila dah panas, boleh lah main Link.
Ya.
You suka tak main Link? Sebab tadi di game pertama, diorang yang dapat Link.
Ya, mau buktiin kalau Link aku lebih jago.
Wow! So, you rasa puas tak dengan dia punya result? Your Link result? Lagi jago?
My Link.
Rasa puas tak? Tunjuk dekat semua orang, your Link lagi
tadi
jago?
soalnya ada solo kill.
We all saw that solo kill. Now, Reza. Rose ada beberapa soalan. I guess the first one is that apa rasa dapat menang lawan Zeno? Because tadi you pernah cakap dalam satu interview, tak silap I, that you ni jarang gila menang lawan Zeno. Dekat tier 2 pun sekali je.
Betul? Perasaan puas lah sebab dah setahun duduk kat dengan dia. Kali ni dah menang, rasa puas lah.
Oh, okay. Also, another question. Semua orang terkejut sebab biasanya Valentina is memang counter untuk Lucas. Tapi tiba-tiba Valentina ke EXP lane. Ini adalah keputusan coach ke memang Reza yang nak main Valentina di EXP lane?
Sebenarnya pagi tadi saya main brawl, dapat Valentina. So, bila saya bagi tahu dekat coach, dia pun macam, oh boleh.
Oh, coach macam santai je?
Coach santai.
Oh, I see. So, I guess coach really percaya dengan player lah.
Ya. Valentina tak pernah bawa pun dekat scrim. Langsung.
Oh, tak. Oh, okay. So, this one is Reza memang betul-betul just suggest, coach, I rasa I can play Valentina. And coach was like, go ahead.
We both have the same idea.
Oh, wow. Okay, ini adalah satu benda yang sangat-sangat menarik because I think it's one of the first few times yang kita nampak Valentina di EXP lane and nampaknya hasil dia memang padu. Hopefully we can see more unorthodox pick coming from you guys in the upcoming playoffs. Alright, tadi kita dah nampak perlawanan yang sangat-sangat sengit. Ini adalah masa untuk tahu MVP dia siapa. So mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada... Jatuh kepada... Jatuh kepada siapa? Reza! Wow. So, tadi I dah nampak, I dah cakap, hopefully kita boleh nampak unorthodox pick lagi di playoffs yang akan datang. Ada ke? You tengah simpan ke kena main brawl pagi tu sebelum tahu?
Ada lagi 2 hero ke?
Oh. Boleh bagi hint tak? Ke tak boleh?
Tak boleh.
Tak boleh bagi hint.
Tunggu je nanti kat playoff.
Tunggu je. Okay, but I actually want to ask Kim satu soalan. Can we have Kim on stage, please? Sebab aside from Reza, aside from the Valentina pick, Kim pun main Jushin dengan sangat-sangat hebat. Especially game kedua, I dengar daripada side English casters that actually dorang pun terkejut dengan Jushin pick. And a lot of them were like, Dafa was like, I'm not that big of a fan. Tapi dia punya result was amazing. So, kenapa you rasa nak main Jushin hari ni? Agak lama juga tak nampak Jushin di pentas MPL.
Sebab dulu kan Sora coach Red. Dulu saya tak boleh main Jushin masa Sora coach saya. Sekarang saya nak buktikan lah dekat dia.
That Kim boleh main Jushin.
Boleh kalahkan dia sekali.
Wow. Alright. Dorang ni very hyped up. And of course untuk playoffs yang akan datang, Kim, apa you punya goal untuk playoffs ni? Sebab kita tahu last season you guys habis di top 4. Mungkin season ni different goal.
Mungkin kita orang nak lagi better daripada top 4. Mungkin MSC. Tapi firstly saya nak ni revenge kat Homeboys balik lah.
Memang suka balas dendam
Dekat estimate, Emal dengan Mel.
Oh, okay. And of course, your mom ada tak hari ni?
Depan ni.
Oh, hi Auntie. Is there anything yang you nak cakap kepada your mom yang selalu datang and show her support to you?
Kepada ibu, terima kasih sebab datang. Kepada fans-fans lain juga, thank you. Fans MV, thank you juga datang. Semoga korang boleh support kita orang dekat playoff.
Thank you very much, and guys, congratulations on getting the 4th playoff slot. And with that, tanpa membuang masa, mari let's right back to the casters to analyse apa yang jadi dalam game 2/1 ini. Casters, back to you guys.
So Rose called you out.
I can't believe I got called out like that.
Now we got to deal with her.
The first time ever that my name is mentioned up there, and it's in this context.
Now we got to beat her up.
Yeah, we gotta beat her up.
Yep, for sure.
I do not like the Zusin though.
0-0-11 though. Valentina EXP is not weird. We've seen it a couple of times, but never this successful.
Yeah. We have seen teams try to use the Valentina counter. It's oftentimes still played in mid.
Yep.
We've seen it in EXP I think once, but none of them compared to how well Reza was playing in this game. That first turtle fight was completely won by his setup. And then just that play alone of Sacred Beast flicker behind Uni, push him towards his team? Dude, you can't do that.
I gotta say, it's a good thing that it was a Valentina that does that, because even Naruto would not think of that.
No, Naruto would not think of that.
He would flash that, but he wouldn't flick and then flash combo towards your own team.
That is not the mark of a shonen protagonist.
That's more of a Boruto thing than a Naruto thing.
That's more of a villain thing, if anything.
Yeah.
Like, I will become you and I will be a better version of you. I will do things with your abilities you never dream of.
Sounds like Kakashi.
True.
Right? That's honestly, Kakashi could have been Valentina. Honestly.
That would have been interesting, huh?
Right?
The true copy ninja.
Like, you still copy the skills, but Valentina doesn't look like the other person. It just stays as Kakashi.
The funny thing about Kakashi is that everyone respects him and fears him as the copy ninja, and then he uses like the same Tenjutsu the whole show.
Anyways, looking at the build here, AERO, maybe it's true. Game 1 is just a warm-up, right? Because they said it was just a warm-up, and then after that, it's all good. I don't believe Reza when he said like, oh, we don't even use him in scrims. You know, Valentina, I used him in Brawl.
I wonder how serious he was. Because if he can do that without scrimming it, that is actually insane.
That scrim is useless. No, that's not the takeaway. No?
I think it could be the takeaway.
Oh, yeah.
Especially for Todak.
Oh, hot take. Yeah, amazing. Like, legit. After this, teams would just be like, okay, Brawl, if you see anything cool, we might use it for today.
Yep, anything's possible, right? This game accelerated so quickly. Again, it ended in 14 minutes. We have a kill score of 15-6. I think Hazel was level 15 by like the 11, 12 minute mark. That's super quick because the rest of his team is just giving him so much space to farm. And at the same time, Kosei is almost as rich as he is.
It's crazy in this league. We will see a Ling with like 13,000 gold. 7 kills, and then we have games where the Ling does less damage than the Hylos. Like, it's such a what do you call, like, very different, not contrasting, polarizing hero. It's such a polarizing hero where it really tests how good you are as a jungler. Like, I feel like before this, the test is a Fanny. If you can use a Fanny, you're an amazing jungler. Now we got to put Ling on that list as well.
I think Ling has always been one of those junglers that
either you go 10-0 or 0-10.
Yeah, like most junglers love this hero. I think in a way he's easier to play than Fanny too, because the mechanics are a little bit different in that sense. But anyone who has played enough jungle probably can play a Ling. And I think it's really interesting as well, because when you look at the damage dealt, Hazel's actually one of the lowest. He's only slightly above Zeke.
He's just KSing everyone, man.
Yeah.
And you can respect that. You gotta respect that. He just comes in. No wonder he's not the MVP.
Yeah.
No wonder.
He's just coasting off of his team's success.
Reza does more damage with tank items.
Man, you know what? I gotta use Reza's build. The Oracle into Brute Force into Winter is like, okay, this is how, like, this emblem setup as well to play against Lucas. This is so smart.
Yep. Vessel of Blood. I don't remember. Was it a fighter or a tank?
Common.
A common, yeah. All right, common. Hazel, rich guy, 919 gold per minute. The carry, Kusei, definitely dealt a lot of damage. 68,000 damage dealt. Why the carry though? Zedo, Sandbag, 109,000 damage taken. And Kim, once again, best wingman with 12 highest assists. Actually, it's very poetic that not only do you get to beat the guy that always stomps on you on tier 2, but then you even get an MVP of the game with the hero you just tried at Brawl. Like, I feel like this will build this this story about Reza of how once he's in the MPL with AERO, things just gets easy for him, man.
Like, I always have a little bit of a bias for some of the older, more like classic veterans. When I saw Aaron was coming back for this season, I was really happy and I wanted to see more from him. And I wasn't too sure if Reza would truly be the better player choice here for AERO Esports. But man, he has proved me wrong and has instantly shown me something incredible in this very first season. This first fight, again, that Stolen Sacred Beast ult was so good, instantly gave Hazel a 3-0, and then he just kept going.
I think it's here soon.
Is it here?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So he goes back. Boom! Oh, who needs a
so
toe?
Good.
Who needs a toe?
That is so good. We are going to see clips of that.
Oh yeah, and he didn't die. Like, I still remember the fight at top. Uni just get onto him. He's like, I'm the real Lucas. I gotta take you down. He cannot do it. The Valentina's just a better Lucas. Like, look at this.
Look at how much pressure he is having. He flickers out, jumps back in, all the while the rest of his team's handling things. The fact that ZK handled rough 1v1 is the worst thing for Monster Vicious here.
Oh, like, AERO really stepped up, man. They're definitely one of the teams that you got to be careful of come playoff. But this does show that MV, you got weaknesses, man. Like, you got things that you got to deal with. One of them is definitely the draft, right? One of them is definitely the draft, and they only have about tomorrow against Homeboys. I feel like treat it as scrim, kind of like try out this draft, see if it works, and then plan ahead for the playoffs next week.
Because we already know for sure that there are no more chances for Monster Vicious, and that also confirms that SRG, OG, and Homeboys are sitting safely in the upper bracket. They are the two teams that will be able to get seeded forward past the play-ins and will be able to join the playoffs a little bit safer. So yeah, MV now has a chance to try things out for their final matchup. AERO Esports can also feel pretty good about themselves for denying that opportunity.
Homeboys from almost getting relegated last season now is at the upper bracket. That's how fast a team, an organization can evolve. After this, we got a hype matchup. SRG OG is playing. That's all you need to know. They're playing after this against another opponent that's also in the league. And in fact, that team is one of the top 10s.
Yes, one of the top 10 teams in
of
MPL.
Malaysia.
Yeah.
Of this season.
We talked about how polarizing Ling was.
Oh yeah,
this
for
is
sure.
also a polarizing match.
Well, right now we're going to throw it over to the mic check. After that, we're going for a break. And then we'll see SRG OG against OB. We'll see you guys then.
Bisa lagi chip. Hari guys. Tengok ni.
Hari guys.
Mati. Hilda.
Mati. Nice guys.
Give me chip. Akon dulu. Ni. Hari guys. Hilda. Akore. Nulti haya.
Hari guys.
Nulti haya. Haya.
Harit mati.
Nice.
Gas tau Bob.
Dia paksa cok.
Nah, aman. Rata bos sama gua bos. Santai aja. Baik, Bob. Jom.
Boleh saya.
Jom. Haya Zut sini lagi. Aman. Rolling satu.
Tengok gua.
Jom. Hilda.
Hari.
Main hari kau sampai mengkus.
Ngapain? Tahu lock.
NG.
Bro. Nice game.
Ayam, Bob.
They go to me ya.
Badang push me bro. Don't tap passive.
Next game.
Nice try.
Nice try.
Nice try.
Second turtle plan, Cok.
Ya tu. Only second turtle.
Kita tak ada plan tu second turtle.
Aman.
First.
Boleh backshot, boleh backshot.
Boleh.
I go Granger guys.
Mati backshot bro.
Granger.
I'm coming bro, santai.
Aman, mati belakang.
Lokasi Sparta bro.
Watch me Anzo.
I don't have Fury bro,
Watch me
santai ya.
Anzo.
Guys.
Ya, just kill bro, just kill. Aman.
I push mid.
Boleh trade Kim. Nice. No ulti para sa Kim. Jangan panik bro.
Mampus.
Nice one bro.
Boleh. Clearing mid guys.
Ya, no. Hero bro.
Sedih Sparta.
Boleh end.
Play out slot guys.
Aman.
Play out slot guys.
Alhamdulillah, let's go.
Alhamdulillah guys.
Aku 10 second guys.
6 detik gol 3. Ada wave kita, ada wave
10.
Betul lah.
Bismillah. Nice try.
Wow.
I'm coming. Coming bro.
Lukas.
I'm coming bro.
Nice. Mati.
Ya, I'm coming also bro. Jangan panik bro. Buy time. I'm here bro. Mati. Low. Volley mid. Pull this bro. No second skill bro.
Okay, GG. Conceal. Careful.
Ako aman bro. Lucas low bro. Lucas low bro ah.
Lucas.
Ya,
I got.
mati glue bro.
Carry line.
Sakit.
Carry line. Aman. Rata dia.
And double bro. Bawa.
And bawah.
Boleh. Respect badang bro ah. No second skill badang bro.
Easy game bro. Nice one guys.
Yeah, you can open bracket. Nice one.
Wih, mana Cok?
starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。 発だってばよ。Kerap menggaru kulit kepala disebabkan kelumumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi kelumumur dan kegatalan. Bebas kelumumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head & Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head & Shoulders. Dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら背中合わせでいくわよ。
Dengan 100 plus zero. Coba, try, taste. 100 plus zero. Hey.
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他にを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Jiwa perwira setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
Rakan muda, coba cita murnimu. Rakan muda, oh yeah. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda, rakan muda.
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Yang pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃあ
terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita, sehaluan jangan simpan-simpan. Kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara,
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moontar. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix GT30 Pro. Are you ready to carry like a pro? The ultimate gaming smartphone is finally here. Introducing the GT30 Pro. Equipped with all-day full FPS system, you'll experience zero frame drops, just pure, smooth, stable gameplay all day long. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 5G chipset. It's fast, efficient, and ready for your most intense gaming sessions. And with the GT trigger, you get pro-level shortcuts. Buy items fast, check the scoreboard instantly, and pull off clean combos like you've never before. Get yours now, because every purchase comes with a free mag charge cooler and mag case, while stocks last. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends Esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways, green, black, and blue. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Playas, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, ESI, Rapamuda, MESF, PSM.
And welcome everyone to the final game of today of MPL MY. Season 15 is going to be SRGOG going Ocean Black. My name is Rafael, alongside me is Tafa. This is one of those games like...
No, this is going to be a great game, Rafael.
What do we say?
It's a great game, Rafael.
SRG, great draft, you know, great team fight.
It's going to be a great game.
Like, we're going to try to jinx SRG as much as we can. I kind of feel like it's not going to be strong enough, though, Staffar.
I mean, this is the time to truly prove the strength of the caster curse. Like, how much can we curse SRG?
What is this? 4 more points and SRG will reign as king of the regular season again. I kind of feel like even if they lose here, they're
already the king.
They're already the king. They defeated everyone.
There's just no kind way of presenting this.
Yeah, you know,
they're already the king.
I can't be mean on our, you know, girl who did this. I mean, like, what are you gonna say?
I like how they put again as, after a full stop as well. You know,
like, what are you gonna say? OB faces their most toughest opponent.
Every opponent's been tough for them.
Yeah, at one point everyone feels the same. You know, like if I get stomped on Monday and Tuesday, Wednesday gonna feel the same.
I'm just gonna have some.
Go ahead.
Ice cream.
You know how I ate so fast?
Yeah.
I accidentally swallowed it. Like the pastry, it was whole. I didn't finish biting into it, and I just swallowed it whole. I was surprised too. I didn't know I could do that. Right?
It's like you just unhinged. It's like you just unhinged your jaw or something.
Oh, my jaw is unhinged.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it happened.
Understandable then.
Yep. Now we're looking at SRGOG. What can we say about them that we haven't said already? At this point, I don't even know who they want to interview. They've interviewed everyone.
They're just too good at this point, SRGOG.
Like, ask their manager. Maybe Simon come up. Like, at least...
At this point, we may as well give everyone a chance on the stage, right?
Call up a fan for all I care, you know?
Maybe we can get Gojas, right? It's been a while.
Yeah, Gojas.
It's been a while since we've had Gojas on stage.
This would be a perfect game for Gojas to play and DJY to play.
I keep hitting the mic with my ice cream.
It's okay. I can talk. You're
all right.
fine.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Like, if we finish fast enough, I might get another fried ice cream, but at the same time, it's like, I gotta be careful of my weight. But then I'm married, so does it really matter anymore? You know? Now we're looking at Ocean Black. At least we can say they never give up. Because even when they know they're relegated, they're still able to get a new coach, a new gold laner, a new roamer. Like, we can see that they're still trying. And then there's still people out there knowing that there's no chance, but they want to make something out of nothing.
I give them props, right?
Yeah, that we can respect.
In like this position, so many people would have already called it quits, right? Like in this position, if we were just like playing pubs, people would have already called for the surrender.
Exactly.
You know, and OP
Exactly.
is not like that. They are pushing through. They're trying every single game. Even if the results are not good, I think the effort matters.
Yep. Just earlier, I was using a glue roam. And the opponent has a Faramis.
Yeah?
My teammate keeps wanting to surrender, man. And we won, by the way. We won. I got gold.
You don't give up. Don't give up, guys.
Yeah, just because your opponent has 20 points and you have 1, how doesn't matter, right? Now we're actually looking at history here. SRG was up at 24 points at season 14, and RSG had 7, which is not that bad, actually. Not that bad. And then season 12, RSG with 23 points. Oh, that was a pretty dominating season as well. Red Esports had 6. And now, as AERO, they're looking pretty good. SRG, season 13, number 1 with 27 points. Oh my God. Bounty with 7 points. Also not bad. I guess Ocean Black is better than Secret.
Yeah.
Right? SMG had 26 points, which, by the way, 1, 2, 3 in 3 different rosters that had 24, 26, and 27 points. Stormy was a part of that roster.
That is true. That is true. That's why
Stormy,
he's
my
the
boy.
base prodigy.
Yep.
That's why we have been keeping an eye on this boy for such a long time. But yes.
Pause. That's why we keep having our eyes on this boy for a long time. Pause. Hold on. Not like that. Not like that.
Not
like that.
I mean, you only think about it that way if you're thinking about it that way.
Trust me, the comment section here in Southeast Asia, we're very creative.
That's true.
We don't have to say it, they will imply it.
That's fair.
So that's why, pause. Speaking of pause, hopefully there's no pause for today because it should be smooth, right? SRG OG going up against Ocean Black. I'm seeing them there, and I don't see DJY. I do see Rippo, so it looks like Rippo will be playing. We're going to look at their lineup just to see who'll go just be playing. Knowing Arcadia, he might not let it, but Veki might let it slide.
The thing is, like, this is like the best chance. This is literally the best chance.
Not the best chance, the only chance.
Yeah, for like bench players to get some chance on the stage, you know, experience the spotlight a little bit once again. I think a lot of people are still waiting to see if DJY actually gets the play. We'll find out soon. For now, looks like SRG OG are gonna be sticking with the OGs.
I can't believe that I'm disappointed that Cram is playing. Anyways, we got Innocent, Yum, Stormy, Sakai, as well as Cram. Cram has been smurfing the entire season. Like, he makes the games for SRG OG look easy, man. Like, you can say that Yum's good, Stormy good, Sky's Innocent. Yeah, Innocent got savages, but trust me, man, Cram is that guy. Unless you can shut him down, don't even think about destroying SRG.
The entire team has just been smurfing the entire season.
Yep.
When the season started, and SRG OG defeated Vamos with no issue, and then as they continued onwards, there were definitely times when we questioned, like, maybe they don't look quite as solid as before. Then their match against Homeboys just wiped all of those thoughts away. Up against them, it's going to be Ocean Black.
Yep, Renve, Emzui, Div, Shaf, as well as Rippo. It's nice to see that Rippo is playing for today. In case you guys didn't know, Rippo had a family emergency last week where he was already here in the venue. He was up and ready to play the game, and then a few minutes before the game started, he got terrible news about his family, so he had to drive all the way back, if I'm not mistaken, either Johor or Singapore to make sure that the family is okay. But with him being here, it should mean that everything is okay. And now we're gonna be starting this matchup. SRG OG against Ocean Black. Talk about polarizing. Talk about big differences. Talk about contrasts.
But it also means that if something happens, it'll be a big surprise.
We gotta see if there will be any surprises. But for now, onto the stage. Still undefeated after taking down Homeboys last week. Their win streak lives on. Just 2 more victories stand between them and their 3rd regular season crown. Please welcome the back-to-back champions, Selangor Red Giants OG Esports.
They've shown true fighting spirit, never giving up, never backing down. Despite the odds, they kept trying, improving, and rebuilding. And now they step onto their final match of the season. Thank you for the journey, Ocean Black!
Introducing the coaching staff of the two teams and head of League Ops, Franklin, that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. For the coaches of SRG, it will be Arcadia and Ozoroveki. For Ocean Black, Ryota Didi, alongside with Jones.
Let's keep it going with fist bumps between the teams. A true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. This is the final swan song of Ocean Black. Their final return to the stage of MPL and their final opportunity to show the world what they are capable of.
Yep, swan song. Maybe it's not bad just to pick up the Odette.
Maybe it would be very
yeah, and then you
very
see,
thematic.
And then you see Skies using the Ling again. Like imagine SRG in this match bring out their very strongest draft.
Right? That would be I mean, message, all right.
They're showing respect, right? Anyways, Sakai did say, before the match against Homeboys, we were told that the winner would secure the top seed. Hearing that gave me a huge boost to win. As for OB, I hope your streak stays unbroken. Wow.
That's a little uncalled for, Skies.
I wonder if he knows them backstage. I don't know, but hey, champions gotta flex, you know?
Okay, we have to remember that before they were SRG, OG, Skies, and many of the older players were part of the Tier 2 scene with Elux, I believe.
Yes.
And they were actually like rivals with Miracle Gaming, who ended up becoming Ocean Black.
That's true.
And now they've had very different paths since then.
Sorry, I was drinking water. Anyways, so a few minutes going in here. I want to see surprises, but I don't know where do I want to see it from. Do I want to see it from Ocean Black, or do I want to see it from SRG OG? Because Arcadia, you know, he will bring out a very serious draft. Ocean Black, they gotta bring in something different. But now, MPL MY Savage Records. Let's start with one Savage. We have one from Chiku, we have one from Gary, we have one from Chibi, we have one from Ling Eza. For that one, I believe it was the Karina, and then Momo, which I believe was the Martis. I believe that Chibi was the Martis as well. And then two Savages from SkyZ and Box. I haven't seen Box in a while.
Yep.
And then three Savages from Innocent. And Innocent just came in.
Innocent's only been here for 3 seasons, by the way, comparatively. So in the same way, we can also say that SkyZ has just come back for 1 season.
Yeah.
So, yeah, maybe there is some recency bias happening here. Maybe it's easier to get Savages now.
I like that Moonton didn't understand what I was telling them, because I asked them for the Savage stats, but I asked them for the team that got Savaged on.
Oh.
I think this is a better stat. You know, it's more positive. It's showing the players that are good instead of showing the team that gave away the Savage.
Yeah, I don't think that's a history that a lot of these teams would want to revisit.
But I'm pretty sure after I see that, the fans will commit to.
That's true. Now that you've said it, right?
They'll go back. I mean, like,
sometimes we just should not say things.
What's this?
But then again, that's our job.
Yeah, Div put the what you call it? A head warmer on his forehead. Hopefully it's all good, because I believe Ocean Black at this point, nothing to lose. They're gonna be feeling good, having fun. I just hope SRGOG gives them a bit of a chance.
A little bit, right? Because it's clear that for most of the season, SRGOG was messing around a little bit. And they only really, truly locked in when they played against the Homeboys.
Yep.
Even when they were messing around, they were a team to be reckoned with. So I don't think they need to lock in as hard as they did with HB, but considering that was the most recent match they played as well, like, maybe they're still in that mode.
Yep. If we still want to reference Naruto here, it's basically like Rock Lee wearing the weights the entire season. And then against Homeboys, they didn't even just take off the weights. They even opened up the 8 gates. And then they performed really well. I wonder if they're going to do the same thing here against
They just
Ocean
took off
Black.
all their clothes.
Not
just the
pause. They're kids. All right, they're kids. Anyways, Ocean Black betting out Kalia, the Kimi, as well as the Matilda. SRGOG betting out a Fanny, betting out the Jushin. And now I actually know where do I want to see the difference here. I want to see Stormy on something new.
That's true.
We haven't seen the Gara skin, and we know that Stormy can use the Veil.
Oh yeah, you're right, actually.
We have not seen the Gara.
Veil was like a niche counter to specific assassin picks.
Back in M6, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, now it wouldn't be too bad to lock it in, especially with Ling starting to get a little bit more prevalence back in the meta.
Where there is
But
light,
that'll be up to
there
Coach
are
Arcadia,
also
right? Do they want to
shadows.
lock in? Do they want to experiment with slightly different heroes? This is a good chance to maybe test some metas. Either way, the bans have concluded, with OB getting rid of Kalea, Matilda, and Kimi, and SRG getting rid of Fanny, Azusin, and Lo Yi.
Very serious ban here coming in from SRGOG, Coach Arcadia. Want to make sure they give their very best against Ocean Black. When it comes to the first pick, what is really great at this point? Like, you kind of want the Harif because you don't want to give it over to Innocent. It looks like they're going to first pick a Phobius, and we just talked about this, Tafa. Pick up your frontliners early, you're bound to get countered.
Yeah, we're seeing a bit of a trend today where certain heroes who are meant to be counter picks to more popular meta heroes are actually getting locked in advance as a way to deter the hero from being picked up in the first place. But there is a risk to that, right? We already saw the first pick, Baxia, not really working out. It locked them in a bit too much to a certain playstyle. And while Phobius is a really strong EXP laners, there are lane matchups that really mess with him.
Yep, high loss, CC, and yeah, Chip is open as well. Thank you very much, Sunfrost. They pick up the Harif, and they pick up the Chip. Ooh. This is a pretty serious draft coming in from Arcadia. They're not playing around. Ocean Black picking up the Barca. And it looks like they're going to pick up the Badang as well. Honestly, pretty strong opener coming in from Ocean Black. They have ways to deal with the Harif and the Chip. The Farsa might be in a bit of trouble if Sakai picks up a Ling here, or a Hayabusa, or Lucas. Honestly, all of the jungles.
Yeah, a lot of junglers are still very good for SRG here. And normally, I'm not a big fan of picking Badang this early when you've also already revealed your EXP laner, because it's pretty clear it's Badang Roam, and that's pretty weak to a lot of things. But I think it's actually okay in this particular position because they've already seen the Chip, they know the Roam matchup, and we know that Badang is also not a bad solution to it.
Yep.
Let's fight to our heart's
So it looks like they're gonna pick up the Lucas. Like again, like we said, there are a lot of picks here. And to be fair, this Lucas is still flexible. You can put him in the jungle, you can put him in the EXP, but if you really want to be like data-wise, Phobius has a better lane against the Lucas just because Lucas keeps on dashing around, so you can have that enhanced basic attack basically all the time. It's not that big of a deal, but it does make a difference if the skill matchup is more or less the same.
Yeah, but
if I'm saying, you know,
yeah,
like let's just cover the IGN and just think of it hero to hero.
That's true. We should be fair. We should be like SRGOG. We should treat this like any other match. Because it's clear that SRG is not pulling any punches. This is a very proper lineup. Export ban is interesting.
That's very interesting. What do they want? Like, either they know something about Ocean Black, or they're just like gonna pick up something like a Fredrin? Like, if that's the case, then Stormy really needs a damage dealer, no? Which, you know, Stormy, he's going for a damage leader, of course. Selena, good ban, good ban. What other things? Like, Stormy could pick up a Hellcurt.
Man, I remember that.
Right? Julian.
Season 10, we saw Stormy play mid Hellcurt, mid Amon, mid Rock, all in the same season, and most of them worked. That's how he even got the title of Mage Prodigy in the first place. Kid could just play anything in the mid lane.
Yep, funny enough, Mage Prodigy. And then what did he use this season? Not mages. But now he uses a lot of mages because, you know, that's the meta. And he has a coach that is pretty strict about this kind of things. But what if, you know, what if? Like, it's nice to know that you could do it. They banned the Esports and the Frederick. So they themselves don't want to use the Frederick. What kind of jungler do they want here? Or is the Export good against Lucas? Like, is that why?
And I can see Export being kind of okay against Lucas, but not to the degree where I would expect it to be directly banned out. I was also thinking like, okay, maybe SRG wants to play Fredrin, but then they ban it. Like, what is the plan here?
Box? Yeah. Like if you ban the Fredrin, that means you want a assassin. If you ban the Export, that means you want a tank.
And things like Hylos and Gatot are still in the pool. Surprisingly, we have not seen much of those two today. The Glue gets banned out, which is a good shout. That would definitely be a hero that Export deals with, but Glue is also good against Fredrin.
Yeah.
So I am confused. Like Coach Arcadia, he's pretty good at confusing us, that's for sure.
Yeah, now I'm just looking at heroes that the mid laner wants to utilize this chip. Something like a Valentina, close range, and then in case something goes wrong, you can double dash away. This is funny, but Odette. Like, it's funny, but it works. Open up the portal, the shortcut, and then you just ult into the portal, and then swan.
It's a possibility. We also saw a lot of Xavier from Stormy against the homeboys. Looks like, all right, they lock in the high-low, so I guess that's why they banned the Export. But that's still very unusual.
Yeah, especially because you already see the Phoveus. Like, the Hylos is good against the Phoveus. I've been in that matchup, and it's worse than I thought.
Really?
It really is.
That bad?
It is actually that bad.
I would not have thought, actually.
So basically, like, you want to go for your minions. He opens up his second skill, and then you're like, I can deal with this. It's just a horse. And then, like, the longer you stay in the second skill, the higher the damage does. So when you ult, like during a team fight, right, you ult, you still keep staying in that high-low second skill. So without noticing, you're just gonna die.
I see. Interesting.
So basically, the Hylos punishes you for staying too long.
I don't have that much practical experience playing it, but that is very interesting to know. Looks like Ocean Black are gonna keep it pretty standard. They go for the Suyo as well as the Granger, so some solid artillery. And honestly, a very balanced draft coming out of OB. Good early, good late, solid enough frontline. SRG OG, though, have a lot of tools. The chip and Hylos will give them very good ways of getting in and out of fights.
A lot of dive here, man. A lot of dive. Everyone wants to move forward. No one wants to back off from SRG OG. Where Ocean Black, they kind of do want to move forward, move backwards a bit, you know, with the Granger, with the Farsa. You want to create some space. And the Phoveus and the Badang can create space. Just wonder how SRG OG is going to punish that.
All right, let's see what the final pick is going to be. Their mid laner. And it is the E. Ooh. Haven't seen a Stormy Eve in a while, actually.
And I can definitely see because they want to run away. They can actually split the battlefield where Stormy can use the real-world manipulation to trap the Phoveus, the Suyo, and the Badang, and then create a space where the Granger as well as the Farsa can't get in the fight. If they go in, they're going to get stunned. And if they're already in and they're trying to go out, then they get stunned. At that point, it's going to be easy for the chip to open up the portal, or the Lucas just going to go crazy.
Yeah, this is 100% team fight zone control coming in from SRG OG. All of these heroes are designed for the 5v5 death ball, and they're really good at flexibly deciding which parts of the map OB is allowed to play in. In fact, it's very unusual because SRG has not played this kind of draft in a while, but it goes to show that they respect their opponents no matter who it might be. Let's go ahead and jump into the Land of Dawn for game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, and find out if Ocean Black can draw blood from the kings of MPL Malaysia.
This is very nice to see, Stafa. Like, this shows why you're the champion. Like, doesn't matter who you're going up against, you're showing no mercy, man. I mean, like, maybe game 2, they can still sub in Goges, at least get him a game.
Maybe.
Let him have fun, but otherwise, like, look at this. This is what I'm talking about. The Hylos just opened the second skill, and then the Phobias couldn't do much. Like, basically, you always lose that trade.
I see, I see. All right, good to know. For now, Yume's already poking out Emzu quite heavily. We can see that Cram is making use of the fact that he has total lane priority.
Oh, yeah. And the thing is, Cram has priority all the time just because Arcadia makes sure that he has a proper matchup in terms of banning out the problems. Like, even banning out the Fredrin, respecting the jungle and then the export, because like you said, the export can be a bit of a problem for the Hylos, so I really do appreciate that. And if Ocean Black wants to deal with that, unfortunately this Farsa has to invest in...
Shaf messed up taking that camp.
Wait, what happened? What happened?
He left it on like a low HP because you would think it would die.
Yeah, because of that burn.
It did not.
Oh no.
It was the second part of that camp, you know, the smaller version, but still.
It's those kind of mistakes, stuff that makes you feel like, oh, now I see.
Yeah,
no wonder.
It's rough to say. At the very least, it's not too bad. You know, that particular camp isn't going to cost you too much EXP overall, but it's not really the best sign. We can already see the EXP difference between Skies. He's aiming for the flank. Really nice dash out from Shaf. He's able to get away.
Yep. And Stormy managing to freeze the wave, but because the Suyo came in, they have to unfreeze it, and now the turtle has been spawned. SRGOG, they're going to control this. Yumes, even without level 4, should be able to deal with this Padang, no problem. So SRGOG gonna get this turtle probably for free.
Yume's gonna be stuck inside the wall, doesn't have shortcut yet. Glorious Pathway cuts off the rest. Better Dare Strike maybe a bit too far away. Rippo flickers in, tries to go on Yumes. Turtle is secured as the flash combo comes in from Skies. Pushes two members back. He's a little bit far forward, but the Revitalize comes back in. Cram gonna top him back up, and Skies trying to escape, but Shaf connects the Blade Surge. First blood to Ocean Black.
And it's against this Sky Prince, man. Dude, like, that's a good start, Staffa.
It's a good start.
That's a good start. Maybe Ocean Black can do something here, but now teleporting in.
Literally the entire cavalry comes through the shortcut and tells Rippo it's time to go home.
Yep. And I can see the revenge there because Rippo was the one chasing after Yumes. And Yumes is like, I see how it is. I see how it be. Get the shortcut.
Nice aggression from OB. They're trying to use the space to steal away the purple buff, but looks like they're going to aim to play it safe. Cram going to get a good amount of gold from the tower because of Rippo's absence, and even timed correctly, so now Rippo is a full level behind him.
Yeah, because I didn't see his EXP bar move, so I think he didn't get that minion. That kind of hurts because you're level 4, the Hylos is level 6.
That's really bad. You never want to be in that position as an EXP laner. That's why it's important to counter pick in the EXP lane.
Yeah. Imagine if that was a CC, that might have been worse, but SRGOG, they want to make sure that they have a front line because the chip isn't all that tanky. A lot of crowd control, a lot of damage, but not really all that tanky.
Here comes Yumes, not going to commit the ult here. It's only Emzu after all.
And now for SRGOG, 1,100 gold ahead. Sakai now sees that the camp has been stolen by Shaf. And Shaf actually does have a level advantage against Sakai. And now they're trying to go for the kill.
Under their strike into the Eva Quelling. Not quite going to be enough, but zone Skies out again. And Shaf actually ahead in EXP, like you pointed out, Lafel. So that's a good sign for Ocean Black.
Yeah, that's just to show Skies, like, hey, yo, be careful, right? Div is using this far side, is going to try to track you down. Yumes is already holding on to that turtle, so absolutely no advantage for Ocean Black here.
Cram gonna pop the Revitalize, zoning out Emzu and Shaf by himself, setting up the turtle for Skies. Cram pops the Glorious Pathway. He is 1v4. Will he actually get out of this? He is buying so much time. Shortcut comes out, allows Cram to blink away. What? Wow! That is such a practical use of the shortcut.
Now that is how you show you're different from the rest. You don't use it to engage, you use it to disengage.
So smart, and now Yunes is looking for Ranvei. Emzu is there, he'll make sure he gets out, but...
Yo, I want to practice that.
Yeah,
right.
I didn't even know that was an option.
Like what, like how good is your communication? Be like, hey, I'm stuck, can you portal? I was like, all right, I got you. Portal in, jumps in, and then you're done. Like, bro, for a second I was like, wait, does he have a flicker?
He actually just used the shortcut like a guiding wind. It makes so much sense when you think about it, but because the conditions are so specific, you need like an enemy there to pop the shortcut on.
Yeah.
I've never seen it before.
I know it's possible. I've seen it before for sure, but very rarely. Number one, Chip always gets banned anyways. And when it does let through, not really all that impressive. So I've seen it before, but that's super rare. Like, I can only count twice. I've seen it twice, including that one.
Yu's not letting Ranvei go, flickers forward, drops the shortcut, and here comes the cavalry. The Giants come in, trample the man, and go home.
And now they go for Shaf.
Oh, they're looking for Shaf. Apparently,
wow.
Shaf is also called home. Double kill for Skies.
Okay. We can tell people the Sky Prince killed someone bottom, and immediately gets a double kill back on top on Lucas. Try to figure out that puzzle.
Well, there's only so many options it could be. It's either Chip or Loyi, basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, imagine.
You can say, like, he's so good. He killed someone bottom and still got a double kill back on top.
Literally getting kills on opposite sides of the map, one after the other. That is very, very impressive.
That's what I put on my resume, just to be like, hey, I know how to play this game.
True, true. And in Sky's case, he has the video evidence of it happening. In fact, here comes Yuns again. Not gonna commit shortcut for Emzu. He's eyeing the bigger fish instead, even though it would have been a free kill.
Yeah. See, here's the thing. Usually a Granger will have a pretty good time. Oh, hold on.
He does drop it down. Emzu not gonna survive this. Skies picks up the turtle, instantly comes to join the fight. Glorious Pathway used as well, but Ocean Black will be able to disengage.
I was about to say, like, I feel bad for Ranvei to be 1v1ing. Oh, hold on. They want to go for Shaf.
Army flickers forward. RWM locks down Shaf. Skies looking for vengeance. Doesn't quite have his ultimate though, and Shaf just barely dashes away.
Oh, the confidence on the Sky Prince not needing the Sacred Beast form to really deal damage against Sasuke.
That is actually quite a message to be sent.
Yeah, I don't need my tilt.
Naruto doesn't need his.
I don't need Kurama to deal with.
Yeah.
Hold on, Yum sees Shaf.
He does have shortcut actually. Not gonna use it. Fizz Crack connects. Locks him down. Ranvei picks up the kill.
All right, so a mistake coming in from Yums. Yeah, I thought he was gonna use it, but maybe the whole team is like, nah. And he's like, what do you mean, nah?
You're on your own, buddy.
And then he dies. So now looking at Ocean Black, all the members are here down bottom and Cram goes in.
Glorious Pathway gonna be committed. Cram eats a good amount of damage, but Ocean Black is all there, and Skies is eyeing Shaf in the backline. Map flash combo going to miss. Fizz Break cuts him off. Feathered Air Strike gonna be used to zone away as Zaman Force is dropped down by Innocent. Div gonna be picked up by the RWM, and Ranvei as well falls. It's a double kill for the Mage Prodigy, and Innocent picks up his own. Skies is still in the backline. He gets his own mega kill, and Stormy, ooh, so close to getting the kill on Enzu.
When I said that the Eve can split the team fight up, I didn't thought it would look that good. Like, it was so split up. We got Rippo in the back and then everyone else in the front. And then the timing of the Tail Beast bomb alongside with Stormy in the RWM, that was beautiful. Like, the team fights coming in from SRGOG, it's so nice to watch.
They're champion level for sure. And yeah, like you mentioned, Lavelle, the team fight was split up so hard and we literally couldn't capture all of it on one screen. The Observer having a tough time now, and SRG OG just continuing to run away with it. That is a Holy Crystal completed for Innocent before 10 minutes. 8k gold lead, I don't think there's coming back from this.
The crazy thing is, even if this was an Ocean Black, like, I kind of feel like SRGOG can do it all day, because SRGOG is treating them like homeboys. They're not doing all, like, yeah, there were some mistakes here and there, but it's not that big of a deal, you know? It's not game-changing.
I get the feeling after SRGOG dropped that one game to AERO Esports because they let down their guard.
Yep.
That was a very big learning experience.
Never again.
And now every other team in MPL
has to suffer because of it.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Like, SRGOG will just go to the other teams and be like, blame AERO for this one. Like, we would have taken it easy. We really would have. But they had to do something, and then we have to set all of you guys as a...
Glorious Pathway, RWM traps the entire team of OB. Rippo is stuck inside the box, and Innocent gets the killing spree. Ocean Black cannot even defend right outside their own inhibitor.
And Cram's just taking the shots just to stack up the numbers, just to show the team, I'm the sandbag. Look at how much damage I could take. And he has taken a lot of damage. And now, popping the Revitalize, just staying in the fight.
And the Lord is now going to be crashing up top. They still have 2 holy defenses, but SRG OG are 10k ahead of Ocean Black. Ranvei just finished his Sky Piercer, but honestly, I'm not sure if that's the right itemization to go for. SRG is just looking to continue pushing. They've got another way. Oh, the Flicker Fist crack connects with 2. M2 gets the catch needed. Rippo comes in. Ranvei gets the kill. Stormy though with the killing spree in return, and now the Sky Prince is going ham alongside the half-man, half-beast. They are tearing apart Ocean Black. Diff, the only one left against 4 members of the RWM, locks him down. It's a triple kill for Innocent and a full wipeout as SRG OG take no prisoners.
11 minutes and 31 seconds, SRG OG finishes the game. And you know what? People can say what they want. I respect Ocean Black for trying, right? Like, talking about, like, being 10k behind, you shouldn't be making that kind of play, but hey, I'm glad they're willing.
There was at least signs of life, right? Because there's so many teams, when they find themselves in this position, just play it as safe and as reactive as possible. And while that is logically the way you should go about it, it just means that you're not taking the risks that you need to actually make something happen. The likelihood of Ocean Black clawing this game back from the brink was very, very low, but at least they put in the attempt.
Yep, they got so, man, because if it happens, right, if it works, you just need 1 kill on someone that has a lot of kills to get that shutdown gold, and then you got something, right? Like, just try to roll with it, but that's SRG OG, man. Even if they do get caught, they will find ways to fight back. Stormy on that Eve, very scary. Like, Stormy, he's the kind of guy, we haven't seen him on this hero for a while, but just to set up expectations, you know it's gonna be amazing. Like, we can interview him and then he can say like, oh, I used this hero 6 months ago. And
pretty much
better than everyone else.
That's the Mage Prodigy for you. He's just got such a wide hero pool that you can never really be prepared for dealing with him. But there can only be 1 MVP, and this time it goes once again over to Innocent, our local half-man, half-beast.
Yeah, that was brutal, man. Like, Innocent showed no mercy in the gold lane, and in the team fights as well. Cram allows Innocent to do all the damage because Cram's just like, my job isn't to kill people, man. I'm just gonna be here. I'm gonna take shots from the Granger. You do what you want, and what he wants is just to deal the damage.
Innocent has always been skilled on heroes such as this. Harif is one of his signatures, and he continues showing why. The fact that the game ended so quickly, and he already had 4 items completed, is a sign of just how smoothly things were going for him. A 944 GPM, 0 deaths across the game, and a pretty impressive 71% kill participation. Man was doing everything right. There's not much more to say about it.
I mean, there's not much to say about this game unless you just want to glaze over SRG OG because everyone played really well. Yums had that shortcut to get Cram out of danger. Stormy with amazing ults to capture the Ocean Black and the square. I don't know. And then Innocent just being Innocent. Sakai is going to the back lines, and Cram, frankly speaking, just being unkillable, man. Like, everyone was a beast in this one.
Cram has just been unkillable so many times this season that I feel like he's just earning that moniker at this point. But yes, this was an 11-minute long game, 14 kills to 4. The goal difference is very, very obvious. And although there were points where Ocean Black was doing good things, such as getting that first blood on Skies and Shaf even having an EXP lead at a certain point, the teamfight potential from SRG OG is just a bit too much.
Actually, that has a nice ring to it. The unkillable Cram. It's just that because we already have a player, the unkillable Demon King.
That's true.
Right, so I don't want people to make comparisons, you know?
We need a different name.
It's different roles. It's so hard because he has unkillable, Demon, and King, so he's covering a wide spectrum here.
Ah, man, that's so greedy of him.
So, the staying alive Angel peasant. I don't know.
What?
That's like be the opposite, you know?
I see.
The livable angel peasant Krem. I don't know. Maybe the last one has to change.
It could just be Queen. That would technically be opposite, but Queen is also taken. So
Yeah. We already have a prince with Izanami. So, Squire? I don't know. Okay, maybe that's a bit much. But anyways, looking at the numbers here, Cram did take a lot of damage, 87,000. And I was talking about how usually we see games with 100,000 damage taken, but considering the game was officially 11 minutes, 28 seconds, there's not much damage that he can take anymore to get up to 100,000.
But it is back to basics as well, with Stormy being the highest DPS from his team by a pretty notable margin as well. This Eve was a pain in the butt. Cram literally didn't even do 5-digit points of damage, but he ate so much of it to the point that the rest of SRG OG barely took damage at all.
And all that 9,000 damage was probably just onto Ripple.
Yeah,
it's probably just in the EXP lane. But now we got to look at the key roles here. Innocent is going to be that rich guy. Stormy, the carry with 46,000 damage, my boy. Stormy, Cram, Sandbag, and Stormy, the best wingman with 9 highest assists. Grab their jerseys, man. It looks good.
Yeah, their jerseys look great. They gave out I believe they did give us out the jerseys as well. That's pretty nice, you know. Took some pictures with it. And I don't even know, LaFell. Like, what can we even say?
Like, if people ask us, like, guys, talk about how Ocean Black could win. What do you want us to say? Homeboys tried and they lost. Everyone tried. The only team that hasn't tried yet is Team Ray. Team Ray, we're going to save it for later. I think they're playing on
Team Ray could be an interesting dynamic.
Well, Trap did say he won a 1v1 against Innocent and get that solo kill.
True.
I mean, if he can do that, great, you know? Like, you can lose, sure, but you can say that you solo killed Innocent.
I mean, Shaf can say he got first blood on Skies.
Oh, yeah.
I think that can be a mark of pride, but after the initial few minutes, we saw such good plays. This use of the shortcut to escape, Yume's going for really aggressive play, the entire team responding at the same time, and then going back and getting another kill right afterwards.
Like, that's just one of those things where, you know, like, people speak of urban folklore, legends. Okay, hold on. This actually looks cool. Look at the RWM trapping 2 people, and then the BJ up. Boom! Like, that's so good. Like, look at that combo, that synergy.
Man, firing the bomb right into the box. The synergy from SRG OG continuing to be the stuff of legend right here. And this is why this is our most international ready team, our strongest, most consistent team in the history of MPL MY. Ocean Black, there's really not much they can do. Here, Emzu actually got a really nice catch, but then what do, right? They're already behind you, they're cutting things off. SRG OG had no problems this game, and I highly doubt they'll have any problems next game either.
Yeah, so the only question really is, DJY, Gorgeous, are we gonna see them, or SRG OG is just gonna be like, yo, OB, you're a top 10 here in the MPL. We gotta treat you as such, and we gotta take you down. You know what? Let this be a lesson to everyone aspiring to get into the MPL. These are the kind of monsters that you guys are gonna be facing.
That is scary.
That is scary.
That is such a scary thing to say to people. But you know what isn't scary? Fairy, the official Mobile Legends Esports watch. Crafted in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather and coming in 3 colorways, green, black, or blue. Fairy also comes with a mythic pendant for mythic players and features the first ever official MLBB jewelry collection, the Luminous Mia jewelry, which is suitable for both men and women.
I believe this is Estes green, because Estes has that dragon skin.
Right? Okay, I see
Masha
you.
has a dragon skin, but I don't know if it's green. But I do know that our official shampoo partner, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection with Head & Shoulders. Up to 100% dandruff and itch wipeout. Dermatologically,
you got it right.
I got it right. Okay, dermatologically tested, goes 5 layers deep to defeat Dandruff and Itch. Get yours now, because personally for me, I got it for myself, so it's everywhere, man. I don't know a shop that does not have Head and Shoulders.
They're heads and shoulders above the rest. I've made that pun multiple times, and I will keep doing it because it is.
That's the first I heard of it.
Oh, it's the first you've heard of it? Yeah.
It's an 8 and a 2 at the same time.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
We got a video about gold laner ratings.
Oh, really?
I wonder who's number 1, right? So let's check out the gold laner ratings.
Hello guys, so for today I'm going to rate MPL... One more. Hello guys, so for today I'm going to rate top gold laners from MPL MY. So first is Kuzey. Because I think he's the one who's carrying their team and he's being consistent on his role.
Kuzey saya letak dekat B ya, B. So ada Mel QT, saya letak S.
Biasa-biasa S. Because they're just a new team but their gameplay is kinda great, so I think it's S.
So kita ada Lolial, saya letak C.
Hey, because when I'm watching their ISF, when they won, I think you just really need to have some good teammates that can help him carry the game.
Lepas tu kita ada Super Z, saya letak A. Sebab dia selalu gendong-gendong.
Sky Z. Oh, okay, remember. Because he got savage. That's why I put him at S+.
Ada Innocent, the one and only. Letak atas ni.
Innocent kita letak dekat saya. So dia God, kita letak dia S.
Me? F. Getting carried by teammates.
Lepas tu ada Trap. Saya letak Trap dekat A juga. Sebab Trap dengan SkyZ sama. Diorang selalu gendong tim diorang.
Trap. Because he wants to solo kill me, so I'll put him at S+.
Aduh, Trap ni dia kawan aku lah. Kita orang rapat. Sorry lah, Trap. F. SkyZ, ada tu lawan 2-1, saya letak F lah. Lolial, 2-0, saya letak F ke A, F. Kuzey, 2-0, okay, 2-0, F ke A.
Let's Presco, saya letak B.
B for now, because their team kinda underperformed since last 2 seasons.
Next, F.
Shaheen, saya letak dekat B.
B. Because I watch his highlights, his solo kill DRit. Thumbs up.
Shaheen pun F. Okay, nampaknya semua kita letak F.
So ada sekali saya. Saya mungkin duduk sebelah Innocent.
Huh? Rough. This one, good kid, good kid. So I'll just put him in A.
Rough kita belum lawan guys. So kita letak dia dekat A dulu lah, A dulu. Sebab kita tak tahu, mungkin kita kalah. Last, me, myself and I, kita letak dekat dia. Janganlah kita letak sini lah. Kita tak tahu lawan Rough macam mana. So kita sebanding dengan Rough dulu lah. Obi mana Obi? Obi tak ada?
Okay, itu saja from saya. MV Rough, bye. Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Not gonna lie, even I didn't realize Obi wasn't there. I actually like the way Innocent did it and the way that Mel Cutie did it.
Yeah.
It's like, I beat this guy F. This guy F.
Innocent, so humble, you know. These are all great players. We'll put them like S, A, B at worst.
I feel like when he puts it at B, that's the real F.
Yeah.
Right?
But then Mel QT is just, I won against him. F.
I don't know him. We haven't fight yet. E.
And
Mel
I'm
Cutie, man.
D.
Like, he has the personality. He has the personality. I'm glad he found a team. And speaking of that, it's very interesting way he said like, oh, you know, Lolial is good. He just doesn't have the team.
True, true. These players see things that we do not. And also things that we see as well. But let us go ahead and jump back into this match right now. Ocean Black. We already know that this team is not going to be going anywhere. They are 100% confirmed to be relegated back to MAL next season. So depending on how this goes, this could be their final chance to make a statement on the MPL stage.
89%. Just that one loss.
Yep.
That one loss really ruined the number for them. Like, they only lost one time, so now it's 89%. Whew.
Maybe they're choosing to be on blue side to raise it.
Oh, hold on. Super Susu is coming back. So now you know that Cho is going to come in. They put in Super Susu before DJY.
I mean, Super Susu was here before DJY in the first place.
Yeah, yeah. But that does mean that Goja's not playing, right?
They're not bringing in Gojas? Wow. SRG OG really is a different breed.
That shows the kind of guy that Arcadia is. Oh, jungle as well. Oh, Jun is playing. Haven't seen him for 2 weeks, 3 weeks? 3 weeks.
It's been a while, which is surprising considering that Jun was the main jungler for Ocean Black when the season started. So let's see if he's still going to be able to do as well. Ideally, we'd want to see DJY as well, but I don't think that's going to happen. And SRG OG really is just sticking with their comp.
That's the kind of guy Arcadia is, man. Like, he disciplines the players so much to the point where they never let their guard down again. Like, maybe after losing to AERO, they're like, you know what? That's it. Not only will that be the only loss in regular season, that's going to be the only loss of the year.
I can't help but compare back to the days, to many seasons ago when Todak was the team of MPL and how different their approach to these final few games would be.
Oh, we're already #1 of regular season. Time to bring out the Mia.
The Mia.
Time to bring out Rafaela Gold.
And they still won.
And they still won.
It was a different time back then.
Ooh, some would say more fun times.
More fun, but, you know, if you want to be champions, if we want to bring up the name of Malaysia on the international scene, then this is a necessary step forward.
Ocean Black manning out a trip as well as Fanny. I'm guessing a Louis will be banned too. He banned out the box, yeah. Oh, that Kimi, man.
Yep, Kimi first pick, 100%.
You don't ban out the Kimi, you're letting go of that Louis. Which eventually, unless Div takes it away, Stormy is just going to use it. Because they got to pick, do they want to ban out the Kimi or the Kalia? Because I'm only seeing these two as the first picks for SRGOG.
It's tricky because from a objective standpoint, I do think that Kimi is a little scarier.
Yep.
Because Kalea can be played around. Yep. But we also saw Yums play a mean Kalea previously. Looks like, yep, they agree. They banned the Kimi.
So now the Kalia should be picked up by SRGOG. And then Ocean Black, since the Hive has been banned, top of the rankings is going to be that Granger, but we've seen Innocent, he really doesn't care. He can use whatever. Phoveus, I guess. Phoveus and...
What are we
Haya?
missing? Haya is open.
No, actually Haya is not good against Kalia because he has that channel time before he executes his ult. Plenty of time for the Kalia to catch him.
I guess the Zusin is still open as well, so that's something OB might be able to prioritize for a little bit more catch potential.
But then the Ling might come in.
Yeah, unless they grab the Ling. They could. They go for Granger Zusin.
So this is going to be Phoveus Ling or... Let's see. Hayabusa, Suyo. There's a lot of options here. Or if you really want to make sure that Kram has a good time, just don't pick up your EXP now.
Yeah, I think Kram has a wide enough hero pool that you don't have to lock in EXP this early. If they wanted to, they could go Ling already at this point. Grabbing a mid laner is also pretty safe since the Zusin has already revealed itself. Going for like the Farsa combo with the Kalea is pretty safe.
Oh, this is basically like week 1, week 2, week 3 kind of draft. Phoveus, Joy. Phoveus, Joy. Kalia, Phoveus, Joy.
Alright. Leaving their Roam. Oh wait, no, Roam is there. Gold and mid for the second phase. Whereas Ocean Black lock in the Fredrin. Going for tank jungle strats.
But yeah, the damage. Because the Jushin as well as the Fredrin, they can keep controlling. But once the Jushin is out of mana, they're going to be pretty low on damage. And if SRGOG really wants to respect Ocean Black, they might ban that Cho. Despite people memeing on Super Susu's Cho, he has shown that that is his favorite hero.
I do actually think Super Susu has good Cho mechanics. It's just his team needs to be able to follow up on him a little bit better. So I wouldn't mind actually if they go for that. It's already a pretty solid counter to the Joy as well. So maybe SRGOG will decide to ban it out. With the Farsa removed from the pool, SRG OG are probably going to be looking for another mid laner that can provide some degree of early burst. Honestly, I still feel like I should go Xavier.
No, honestly, there's a lot of good picks, right? Like, either go damage or just go for control. Aurora, Xavier, if you want to get cheeky, the Zaz. They banned the Masha. Actually, that's a pretty good ban because, yeah, you usually want to see a damage EXP laner. Even more cheekier, Valir. There's a lot of good options to deal with the... and they even let the Eve open. And the Eve is also good against the Jushin, the Fredrin, and the Granger.
SRGOG are spoiled for choice, basically. That's the power of a team that has such deep pockets. Every single one of these players just has so many options. They're able to play so many different heroes that it's so difficult to draft against them if you're not able to match up in terms of that hero pool.
It must be nice as a coach. You'd be like,
Always on the way.
Like, the perfect choice here would be Hero X, and then the player's like, yeah, I can use that. No
Every
biggie.
single time.
Yeah.
But Tilda ban. Yeah, the combo with Fredrin makes sense.
Come on, Obi, Florin.
I'm honestly surprised we haven't seen Florin the entire season. Okay, they go for Cho. The Super Susu Cho.
The Super Cho.
Super Cho.
The Cho Susu.
The Malay cast was very excited about the Super Susu Cho.
You know what? Yes, they have a lot of emotions. SRGOG, a lot of good choices, just like you said. I think Eve would be the best here, but you can argue for absolutely everything else. And when it comes to the gold lane, I feel like Claude might be the best here to deal with the Fredrin, the Granger.
There's also the classic Iritel.
Yeah, Iritel as well, just big burst of damage. Yeah, it's funny how SRG, they just set up a draft that everything is good. 1-1.
The Fredrin counter right there. Haven't seen Innocent on the 1-1 in a while. This hero has racked up 2 Savages for SkyZ this season. And the Novaria in the hands of Stormy.
Yep, very interesting draft. I would say face value doesn't look like the strongest draft that SRG OG has ever drafted, but you know the players. They're gonna make this look like the best draft that the world has ever seen.
This is a straight up skirmish composition. There isn't a direct formation as to how this lineup will position in teamfights. A lot of it does come down to the independent players' mechanics and positioning. So it's very suited for SRG OG. And Good pulls out the Ling.
So the Fredrin is going on EXP. Clever. Taking a note out of Homeboy's book. Right?
All right.
Pick up the Fredrin and then just be like, oh no, I'm joking, kidding, haha, it's EXP Fredrin.
Rippo Fredrin. It's been a while since we've seen this hero pick in his hands. Let's see if it's going to be good enough, because this is actually a pretty solid lineup coming in here from Ocean Black. If they're able to delay the game, get a little bit of farm in their mid game, should be pretty solid, and especially if they take advantage of the formlessness of SRG's team fighting, there is a chance of getting an advantage here.
When I'm talking about surprises, I like this kind of surprise, right? Because it still makes sense. Like, everything looks good, and then the very last pick, throw in for a curveball. And now we're about to jump in, possibly, the final game of the day.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and keep your hands and legs in your seats at all times, because we are entering a wild ride between SRG OG and Ocean Black, potentially the latter's final foray to the land of dawn upon the MPL MY stage. Let's see if they can make a splash.
Yeah, it looks like they're starting on the opposite end here. Super Susu was not able to take any buff here. And so far, it looks like Ocean Black actually has a better time here in the mid lane, pressuring Stormy as well as Humes. But it looks like Stormy is not going to recall even, like, leash the buff away.
Because Humes is just going to be able to heal him back up to full. He's already back at max HP at this point, and it also helps out Skies in clearing a little bit quicker, since they know Super Susu is going to try and mess with him.
Yeah, looking at the emblem set here, so it looks like Rippo is going for that Inspire, wanting a little bit more cooldown, possibly to spam the taunt over and over again.
I think that'll be very useful. Rippo did go Vengeance on this Fredrin as well, so he knows that he's going to be the main tank for Ocean Black. Super Suzu not going to really be able to perform that responsibility since he's going to be looking for catches.
Now, hold on, Yums goes over.
Catches, Purify forced out on Div. He's going to be able to walk away. Tempest Blades comes out as well. Jun joining the fight. Skies dropping real low, but he cannot get the last hit.
I like what I saw, right? Maybe Jun was just waiting like, come on. Like, I feel like every jungler in Malaysia was waiting for someone to say the Ling is good. Sakai's opened it up, and the funny thing is, he himself hasn't used it yet. After Homeboys, he hasn't touched the Ling.
I get the feeling it's one of those secret weapons, right? It's the Sky Prince signature. He's not gonna pull it out except against the most worthy of opponents.
I hope the Ling buff happens before MSC, man.
That'll be so fun to see. But Turtle now dropping low. Rippo is here, but he's the only one here. So Sky is gonna secure it. Rippo in trouble now. Vengeance not gonna do much here. Yum secures first blood.
Why was he the only one there? And if that was like all planned out, he really should have maintained his distance because we saw the Ling. The Ling just wants to farm up, right? It's going to be very rare for the Ling to be able to steal away the turtle. So I would say that's a big mistake from him.
Yeah, I don't think Rippo needed to be that far forward. Stormy actually stole the gold crab there. That is once again the skill of this Novaria. So far, SRG OG have been able to claim a 600 gold lead for themselves. Not too large, but OB is going to want to try and stop it. Here comes Jun.
Oh,
he stole it!
He stole it, yeah. And the thing is, SRG knew that was going to happen, right? Stormy waited there, but what is Stormy going to do against a Ling flying with the retry?
All right, all right. I like what I'm seeing. Jun looking pretty comfortable on the Ling so far. Let's see if he can keep it up.
Maybe Jun is like, I faced the guy so many times, man. It's no big deal.
True.
He only won MSC. Oh? Okay. Stormy's flexing at it.
You gotta stop doing this, Stormy.
Yeah. That's my boy. That's my boy.
Oh, man.
Like, he makes the game a bit unfair.
Pretty much.
I feel like today he just decided I'm going to show up.
Yep. And he doesn't even need to show up. He can steal it from miles away.
Now looking at Ocean Black, looks like Renvei already.
Bottom? They're going for a 3-man gang. Innocent! What? He gets a kill! He escapes! Jiff is here, but 2 members are already down. Jun has been picked up. Is Innocent alive? He is alive! No. He's alive! No. The half-man half, he survives a 4-man lane gang, and his team kills 3 of them.
We haven't seen him on the 1-1, but he can still use the 1-1, man.
I can't believe this.
That was demoralizing.
Sky's trying to steal a buff in return. Looks like, I think Jun still got it there, and now Sky's trying to escape. Looks like they're not actually gonna try and catch him. Cram gonna get taunted back. He flickers away. Actually manages to dodge the wave of the dragon.
Yep. Right now, Ocean Black, for both junglers, they do not have the retribution. Because SRG OG is so close, so they're gonna go for it. Stormy, first item, the Glowing Wand, already purchased up. Jun has died once, but I kind of feel like in terms of the gold, he might not be that far behind from Sakai's. Maybe the big gold difference might be from EXP.
Well, we know that Cram can make a pretty big difference, and he is 1 level up on Rippo now. Innocent is getting so much gold off the tower here. That is already going to be an issue. 2.5k lead in an instant from SRG OG.
And the crazy thing is, Innocent got 2 assists, so that's really going to help out his pull yourself together.
Stormy actually trying to engage here. Pops the Astral Echo, just dives into the wall, forces Jun back, defends the tower. And Cram continuing to zone out OB. Energy Eruption comes out, but I don't think this is a fight you want to take.
Yep, only 4 kills so far in this 5-minute game. Ocean Black, I feel like it's fine because they just want to scale up anyways, right? Let Renvei get his Sky Piercer, and then eventually Ocean Black makes it into a situation where he can get a few kills. Jun gets to the late game, and then Jun has to deal with both Innocent as well as Stormy, because once both of those are done, maybe they have a good chance to stop Sakai's on this Doi, because they got a Fredrin, right? So you have answers. Like, Ocean Black has answers. They just need to get there. They just need to get items and then figure out from there.
The thing is, even if you're able to catch Skies, that would mean you're giving up a lot of tools to catch Innocent. And speaking of catching, Purify comes out. Tsunami Slime going to be denied by Div. Conceal from Super Suzu. The Flicker gets the 2-man knock-up. He's Cram! That's the wrong target! He gets pulled forward, but he's so tanky. Tempest Blaze comes out. Cram somehow still alive, but eventually falls. And the Praise's Wrath going to miss as well. It's a 1-for-1.
it's cool to see he charged at the Freezer's Wrath and three members dash away. Like, talk about reaction speed, man. It's like, oh, I'm gonna respect that. Dashes away. Yeah, you don't want to kick Cram. out of everyone. It's probably okay kicking Humes.
It still kind of ended up being okay though, because they traded Rome for EXP, and Cram is actually worth some money, so I guess it's good.
Yeah. Humes tries to open up the map. Oh,
he just flickers in. Tsunami Slam pulls Div backwards. Crossbow of Tang is activated. Innocent flies up into the air, pops it, gets the killing spree. Ripple will fall right afterwards. Innocent still jumping around. He's avoiding everything. Tempest Voice comes out. He finally gets the shutdown. Jun gonna get the punish right after the triple kill. But what did it cost? He is the only survivor.
That was cool, but I just realized the Neo Beast skin looks amazing.
It does.
Right? I've not seen the Neo Beast. I mean, I've seen it, but not here in MPL, right? Damn, that looks pretty good.
Ling does have a lot of skins, so there's a lot for the players to choose from. Yes.
And Joe. And then we have Phobius.
I mean, he's getting one soon.
Is it? Like, I saw 2 rumors. I don't know which one is
He's getting a Starlight very soon.
Yeah, I saw that he's gonna get like a Jiraiya skin. I don't know if that's fan-made.
I think that's fan-made.
Right? I wouldn't mind. Personally, I wouldn't mind.
I wouldn't mind. I think it'd be very interesting. Skies could be in trouble. Nah, Ocean Black's not gonna commit to it. They don't know where the rest of SRG OG are.
Looking at the items here, look at that big gold difference stop. 6,000, almost 7,000 for Innocent, and not even 5,000 for Renpei. If you want to talk about differences, man, that's a big difference there.
That's what happens when you survive a 4-man gank and end up with 3 kills. I'm still not over how ridiculous that play was overall. But that's going to be 1 tower finally taken for OB. SRG though already pushing up to the top tier 2.
But we've seen that Jun can kill Innocent. You just need the timing right. And maybe after this, Innocent will hold on to his crossbow of Tang just when he sees Jun coming in. And then he'll just pop it and then survive the engage coming in from Jun. But either way, Ocean Black has a chance just because the damage from the Ling is very relevant. Hold on, Rippo.
Oh, Rippo gonna be spotted. Crossbow Tank's already ready. Wave the Dragon does lock down Yunes, but Innocent is the real problem. Rippo's trying to get away from him, but he cannot. Crossbow Tank comes out. Rippo melted down. Innocent's a bit far forward. Here comes Yunes, but it's not quite enough. Innocent will be slain, but Skies, he's been left in the lurch. Double kill over to the Joy, and Super Susu also picked off in the mid lane. Once again, 4 members of Ocean Black fall like dominoes.
When one person is a problem, another one just arises. Like SRGOG, they're like pests, man. They're like once you deal with one, another one comes in, and at that point, you're like, there's no winning. Oh! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Stormy! He wasn't satisfied with the crabs, man. He wanted a buff.
His build different, man. His build different. Like Novaria, we see like, oh, it's a good zoning tool. You need the items first. Stormy's like, screw items. I just need a target. Oh,
Novaria is meant, like you mentioned, right? The hero's meant to snipe, provide vision, and Stormy is just,
I'm a jungler.
I'll do you one better.
I'll be the jungle. I'm gonna take the crabs. I'm gonna take the buffs. Later, he might even get the Lord. Who knows?
Maybe. It's been a while since we've seen a mid laner snipe the Lord. That was actually kind of common a few seasons ago.
Yeah. Now the Lord is marching down mid. Jun is all alone. I think he can escape. He does have the Tempest of Blades. Yeah, he should be fine.
If Yumes was able to jump on top of him, he might have been in a bad spot, but looks like he will be able to back off. Lord will crash in mid. That's the mid tier 2 going down. Top tier 2 just barely defended by Jun, and the holy defense will also be burnt away. Lord will eventually fall, but this is a slow but steady burn.
I feel bad for Rippo because even with the Vengeance, he can't survive. Oh, hold on. We see...
Conceal, Astral Echo scouts out 4. Yumes doesn't come in. Actually, he does. He flickers forward, pulls Rippo back. Jun looking for a chance to enter. Pops Tempest Blaze, not quite enough. Yumes will fall. Rippo gonna be traded as well. Crossbow of Tang. And the snipe, the follow-up! Stormy is 2 good!
Dude! Map hacks, I don't know.
Oh, he's too good! He is too good! The Mage Prodigy!
Let them breathe, Stormy. Okay, all right. We praise him too much, but still, show some mercy. Let them breathe. Let them get the buff. Let them get something.
Stormy literally comboed with Innocent and Skies in 2 separate kills, one after the other, from outside the base in the enemy jungle. This is how Novaria is meant to be played, but it really is a different experience seeing it for yourself. The goal lead now totally out of control. 9K for SRG OG.
Stormy
the difference in farm, he did.
he was like, what if? All right. He's the kind of troll that would do it. He's the kind of troll that would do it. Like, the problem is if your players are like, Coach, the Novaria is a problem, and then the coach would be like, what about Selena? What about Xavier? There's so many heroes that can snipe. He might even use a Beatrix mid. What are you gonna do then?
Stormy has the world as his oyster. And SRG OG have their own oysters as well. Ocean Black just can't really do anything to them anymore. Their front line is no longer functional. Their damage is not sufficient.
He got June. There's 3 other people there and he got June. How is that fair?
Ocean Black parted the Red Sea for Jun there. Astral Echo scouts them all out again. Super Susu looking for the flank, but the flicker catches him. Tsunami Slam pulls him up. Super Susu dies instantly. Crossbow Tank is already set up. Mega kill for Skies as he dives into the backline. Double kill for Innocent. Runway gonna be sniped as well from Stormy. Killing spree. The wipeout on Ocean Black is inevitable. And the end is nigh. It is another wipeout for SRG OG. And it is not even an issue. They treat it like it's another morning breakfast.
Cram already wore his shoes. You know it's over.
They know it's done. Cram isn't even sitting up at his desk anymore. 2-0 sweep as the kings of the regular season are back-to-back champions. Secure a 3rd perfect regular season in a row.
Who's gonna stop them? Internationally maybe, but here in Malaysia, Stafa, I'm praying for the other teams going up in the playoffs. Because who do you even target? Who's the weak link? No one's the weak link here in SRG OG. That was a monstrous demonstration of champion pride. Playing their very best against Ocean Black. They set a new standard here in Malaysia that no matter who you go up against, you always give it your all to show your respect against your opponents.
A team that is not willing to take any prisoners, not willing to pull any punches, showing the same degree of respect, whether it be the top rivals across the nations or the team at the bottom of the standings. They claim another victory, and I think the only thing left to do is to throw it up on Rose for the post-game interview.
Perlawanan Ocean Black hari ini adalah perlawanan terakhir mereka di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-15. Ladies and gentlemen, before we send them off, I would like you all to give them a warm round of applause for their journey untuk musim ini. And of course, sebelum I send you guys off, Rose ingin bagi peluang kepada Ocean Black untuk berkongsi kata-kata terakhir di pentas MPL Malaysia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. Selamat petang semua. Selamat sejahtera. So, saya mewakili Ocean Black. I just want to say thank you so much to everyone that come today. To viewers out there. First of all, yes, minta maaf lah dengan prestasi kita orang yang sangat-sangat teruk pada musim ini. Banyak benda yang kita belajar untuk first MPL yang kita masuk, and I represent part of my management which is Ocean Black. Thank you to our boss. Thank you to our sponsor Hot FM, Pelangi, in Phoenix juga for trusting us for this season, and hopefully we can come back lah. And again, thank you so much for coming.
All right, once again, a round of applause to Ocean Black. Thank you so much, guys. We hope to see you guys come back stronger in the upcoming season. And there you have it. Thank you so much, Ocean Black. And of course, pemenang untuk perlawanan ini Selangor Red Giants OG Esports. And for today's interview, Rose nak ajak Becky. Hi Becky. Kejap, kita perlukan mic untuk Becky. Becky, why are you alone? Kejap ya. Okay, Becky is here dah. Okay, biasanya guys kita interview 2 orang kan? Betul tak? So, since hari ini Rose macam generous sikit nak share pentas, mana co-host saya? Co-host?
Gorgeous.
Wow.
Hello.
Gorgeous. Sinilah, okay. Gorgeous. I ingat you main hari ni, kenapa tak main?
Because DJY tak turun. So why would I? I only play fun match.
Aduh, Dewi ni. Okay, so as my co-host today, you akan lead interview lah.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, you boleh start lah tanya Becky apa soalan yang you nak.
So Becky, after a hard game against Ocean Black 2-0, what is your thought about Ocean Black this season?
I think it's pretty sayang sebab if they play DJY, I can foresee a future where we are playing against DJY in the grand final. But unfortunately, the secret weapon they are still keeping. DJY, where are you going to play?
Okay, now I nampak tadi DJY dekat rumah tengah restream. Now, Becky, maybe a more friendlier one, okay? Is there any advice as a coach that you've been in the industry for a long time, you've been coaching for MLBB, you've been a pro player as well. Is there any words of motivation or advice you could potentially give Ocean Black?
Actually, I do follow Ocean Black for a while because they are a pretty new teams and they have problem with like finding the right person to lead the teams, and then it can be pretty tough when they are facing one very small things but is impact the whole team, which is they are not playing as a team. You can see that they have different thoughts and they could not unite their thoughts together and fight together. So for next season, I think the most important is just really believe in yourself and work as a team, especially work as a team, and then just be confident. Yeah.
So I feel like it all boils down to team tak sekepala in a sense.
Yeah.
They just don't think in a united form. Okay, now thank you very much for that, Becky. Now, Gorgeous, as my co-host untuk hari ini, nak announce VIP tak?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go?
Let's go.
Okay, MVP untuk perlawanan ini adalah 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada...
Oi.
Siapa?
Belum. Oi.
Stormy.
Okay.
Baik.
Stormy, jom naik dekat atas pentas. Yang ni Gorgeous yang akan tanya, ya?
Ya.
Okay, sebagai co-host, semangatlah sikit.
Apa?
Semangat.
Oh, semangat.
Kenapa macam sendu je? Semangat. Okay, Stormy, the Mage Prodigy. Okay. Round of applause, guys. Tepuklah tangan.
Okay, Stormy. Kita dapat lihat performa yang sangat baik daripada Stormy di game pertama dan game kedua. Lagi-lagi game kedua, pakai Novaria. Tembak sana, tembak dekat, gold buff dapat, DSP buff dapat, tembak dekat red buff pun dapat. So, apa tips nak main Novaria? Dia punya skill shot tu accurate lah?
Saya belajar dengan Becky.
Oh. So memang Becky ajar?
Dia ajar saya kat scrim.
Okay, I see. So pick Novaria yang second game tu memang Stormy nak ke ataupun memang
Becky yang nak?
Becky yang nak sebab dia dah ajar.
Betul.
So Becky macam mana? Memang you ajar ke ataupun dia humble?
Untuk game ni kita pakai strategi untuk memang Russo buff lah. Instead of skills yang Russo the buff, we know Novaria will Russo the buff because Stormy really good at stealing things with Novaria. Especially, the key is actually just use the emote. Every time you shoot, jadilah budak baik. 120% you can get. So that is actually the key, guys. That's what we teach in scrims, yeah.
Okay, maybe one last final question from me lah kan before I pass it to Gorgeous.
Yeah.
With the upcoming playoffs and prestasi yang sangat-sangat baik sepanjang regular season ini, you know, you guys getting one ticket to MSC is not impossible. I'm not saying it's official, but it's not impossible. Kalau korang pergi ke EWC Riyadh sekali lagi, and of course, in attempt to defend the defending champion, pasukan mana yang you rasa akan bagi you guys a hard time? Especially now that playoffs is going to start soon in MPL ID and the PH.
What about you?
I don't know.
For me, I want to fight these three teams particularly, which is Onyx PH, Team Liquid, both the Indo and PH ones, because those are the opponent that we lost to, and then we want to revenge them. And in the place of Riyadh, I feel like we are always unbeatable, so we hope that we'll become champions again.
All right, very, very interesting. Now, is there anything Becky wants to say before we wrap this up?
So for all the players out there actually, so SRG right now, we are collaborating with Falcon DG again. We are gonna make a future esports bootcamp again. This is the season 2, and we are opening this for only players that is 14 to 19 years old. So we are pretty serious about cultivating the new talents, and because we can see that in Malaysia, there's a lot of players that have yet to receive proper guidance, and they are raw diamond around basically. So just keep following in our social media, and we will be announcing more of the details soon.
All right, thank you very much to Becky. And of course, congratulations to Selangor Red Giants OG Esports. Of course, since I have a co-host, nak throw to caster tak?
So, caster, take it away.
Thank you very much, Gorgeous, for the interview. And now, 0 deaths, 3-0-9, 3-0-12. Talk about consistency, Staffa.
Consistency is right. In game 1, he is stealing space from OP, and in game 2, he is stealing everything else from OP. This man is making out like a bandit the entire series, and when they mentioned on stage that this Novaria was drafted specifically to steal camps and buffs away, SRG just shows once again why they are the team in MPL MY.
I like that whenever they have a pick, it always makes sense whenever they explain it. Like sometimes we were like, oh yeah, it's probably safe against this con because you're far away, blah, blah, blah. But they're like, no, we want to use it just to deny buffs. And I'm like, huh,
that makes sense.
Right? Like people use Brethren and stuff to get the boss in, but then Becky's like, we just need Novaria. We don't need that much. Right? You use one pick to deny like a whole bunch of stuff. And I feel like that's really clever, and that just shows all the other teams like, oh no, this is gonna be tough.
You just gotta think out of the box, man.
Exactly.
You gotta consider different options, because when you see a Ling on the opposite side, in this case the Ling was last pick, but in a theoretical situation, when teams see an assassin on the opposite side, they'll always be thinking like, okay, we gotta pick something like Hilda so that we can threaten them, so that we can like steal buffs away. SRG is just like, how about Novaria? You don't even have to go into the jungle.
And even if you don't get it, big whoop.
Yeah.
Right?
No, you don't commit anything.
At this point, they might even use a Chang'e one day. Same theory. We just want to get it.
Alright. Dude, I want to see that actually. I actually want to see that. There's been so many people complaining about Chang'e's ult cooldown that I feel like it's only a matter of time.
Like you would feel if anyone would do it, it's probably Stormy.
Yep.
And then once he does it, then everyone's like, hey, that's not bad. Well, by that time, might be a little bit too late, right? Because playoffs phase 1 is only 2 days. Second phase is also only 2 days. So if you want to follow something that SRG does, you have to survive those 2 days first. And that's pretty difficult in itself.
Especially since SRG is basically confirmed one of those surviving slots already. But let's talk about what happened here once again. The goal difference very notable. 13 minutes long, 21 kills to 4. The game was over when they tried the 4-man gank Innocent.
Yeah.
And 3 of them died without getting anything.
Innocent, man. Like, I agree with you. I haven't seen him on this 1-1 for a long while, and now dealing the most amount of damage, 53,000 damage. And every single time, surviving, amazing. But then, after Yums gets a catch, and it looks like not even the greatest catch in the world because it's not isolated, Innocent still figures out a way to get all those weakness stacks, and then jumps up, crossbow tanks, confirms a few kills, and doesn't die. How does that happen?
Well, Innocent did definitely start getting a bit over-aggressive once, he got a few kills under his belt, just diving forward into the team, even with that crossbow of Tang. But at that point, it's already done, right? You're setting up for Skies to go in, for Stormy to just be sniping. The fact that SRG OG don't even need to rely on Innocent to be the main DPS anymore shows something. And the fact that he is still the rich guy and the carry after all that, what can you even say?
Nothing, man. Like, you can't say anything about SRG OG at this point. Like, they started not that great in the early weeks, but now they're just exploding. Best wingman Yums as well. I would say one of the weaker links earlier is probably Yums making mistakes of either setting up or opening up the map where he gets punished. No, not really.
Nope.
Right? He doesn't really make mistakes. Like, he doesn't always become the highlight player, but he always makes sure that the team fight's gonna be good. Like, someone's gonna survive or someone's gonna die. Like, he's gonna make sure that he plays it smart.
They're somehow able to make decisive choices that are also well thought out.
Yeah.
That's the insane part. You usually have to choose one or the other, right? There was some impressive performance from Jun as well this game. I do feel like his link mechanics were on display, but SRG is too good.
Yeah. At that point, it's a little bit unfair. Either way, nice to see that, Jun and Supersusu gets to play. And look at this. Boom. Nice. That actually was pretty cool, especially coming in from Yums, dashing quite far away.
And then every single time, Innocent's able to get that crossbow tang off. You would think that, okay, this is way too deep. He somehow survives a little while longer thanks to Yums getting the knock-up, and then Skies just runs down the backline because the rest of OB is trying to escape. There's a lot of trust. There's a lot of faith between the members of SRG OG that they'll all do what's needed. Stormy consistently getting snipes off, finishing off buffs, finishing off players. It's just an SRG highlight reel.
Every single time seeing Stormy get those snipes off, that's the kind of thing that goes into TikTok montages, man. But either way, I think we should take this time as well to say good luck to Ocean Black, because they are getting relegated over to the MAL. They're great kids, and Becky did say that they're not playing as a team. They're, individual plays. A lot of different thoughts between everyone. So I hope that they have a chance to improve in the next season of MAL.
Yeah, there's a lot that needs to be worked on, but this is only their first season. Let's hope that they're going to be able to find that momentum back and claw their way back up, because now we have our standings at the end of Week 6, Day 1, with SRG OG officially sitting comfy at the very top. An undefeated record across the entire regular season, only dropping the one singular game to AERO Esports.
Haven't lost so far.
So far!
They still have Team Ray.
I actually forgot about that.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. So, what if Team Ray gets a win? Like, they might not go to the playoffs, but at least they can tell people.
It's a statement.
It's a statement, right? Like, we can lose to everyone, just not SRG. Overall, right now we're looking at total number 7. If no points changes, they're officially not going over to the playoffs. DX Soul as well as Team Vamos, you honestly need 14 points to make sure that you do go to the playoffs. Both of them basically need to win perfectly. Now we're going to look at tomorrow's schedule. DX Soul against JP Niners. If DX Soul gets a 2-0 against JP Niners, they're going to have 14 points. So they're going to the playoffs. Vamos against AERO, at this point, they just need a win. 2-0, 2-1, it should be enough to get them 14 points to go to the playoffs. And Homeboys and MV, was supposed to be a match to determine who gets to go to the upper bracket, but AERO already solved that problem.
Yeah, so that one is basically just an experimental match, a bit of a show match for both these teams to see who truly is the better team fight squadron. I think that second match is going to be interesting because Team Vamos needs a victory here. And I believe AERO will be, Hazel will be heading back after today. So that means Ran QT will be joining the lineup for the first time the entire season. Probably the best chance Vamos has.
Yeah, but the thing is, Ran QT was from RSG before, and he's actually not that bad. He's not that bad. It's just that I would say he doesn't have that mentality to be a pro player where you don't get tilted, right? Because I do feel like he does have some emotional issues when like his buff gets stolen and stuff like that. But I believe with Kim there, with Zkif and everyone else, I feel like he should be fine, you know? Even if he lose, really not that big of a deal, right? So I feel like he's going to be playing well tomorrow.
I imagine Vamos is just like thinking, even if you lose, it's fine. Or maybe,
Just give a shot. Like, imagine AERO be like, it's okay, we can give them the win. And then Vamos does the V.
Okay, now it's personal.
Imagine if they do that and then AERO's like, oh, no, you didn't, bro.
No more Mr. Nice Guy.
Oh, you're so gonna get smashed. And then immediately Vamos loses.
Yeah, but with that, first day of week 6 has concluded. Thank you very much to Ocean Black. Hopefully that we will see you come back stronger next time around. And congratulations once again to the teams who were able to get wins today.
Yep, SRGOG again looks absolutely strong. For tomorrow, hopefully very good matches. This is Staffa, my name is Phil, and we'll see you guys next time. For now, we're beginning towing over to the mic check to see what the players really said inside the game. Shit.
Oh, no one mid.
You guys won?
Jason.
See me.
Ripo.
Yang paling importante.
You want to play Arena?
Aman. Nice one.
Jangan sakit-sakit aku. Aman.
Kau bisa beli kerja. Lagi sil dek. Nah.
Kau tahu Mason?
Kau tahu kenapa aku tadi? Sebab aku tak nak MVP.
So you go into two.
See me.
Nice one guys.
Yeah. Almost winter and early. I want to sleep guys.
Nice try bro.
Oh, tak boleh.
Nice try.
Nice set.
Aman. Mati link. Nice one. I come guys.
Go you.
Aman sen.
No play out di atas ni.
Okay. Ya. Tu no play ke dia?
Simi ah.
Boleh.
Nice one. No play ke?
Tengok.
Boleh.
You see link coming. You see link.
Ya, boleh.
Coming.
Kejar tak?
Play cok.
Nice one.
Yes, ground.
So far cok.
You guys go mid. I push back.
Dia ton cok.
Oh, you see cok. Simi ah.
Di. Apa sini?
Oh, you see cok.
Aman. Boleh cok.
Agak.
Under way there.
Rolling.
Wait, pisau ni. Aman dek. Win already anjing. Go.
10 second, 10. Alah, tak sempat duk. Boleh lagi. Boleh apa yang boleh?
Boleh.